Okay, so good afternoon. Welcome back, or simply welcome. Good to see you. We continue, as we said this morning, our Hermeneutic Festival, our Festival of Interpretation. Not just interpretation, but cooperative interpretation, and not just any kind of cooperation, but cooperation among people that are from different crucial traditions in the configuration of our world. We had a very interesting session this morning, and we will have a no less interesting session, two sessions this afternoon. As you noticed in the program, and I hope everyone received a copy through the email I sent last night, but maybe those who are not registered didn't receive it. Anyway, the session starts now at 2:30, and we go on until 4:30, and then we have a break, and then we have the second session. This session is going to be moderated by me. I'm Professor João Vila-Chã, here from the Gregorian, and my dear colleague and friend, Federico Stella, a former student too, I may say that, and I am very glad that we, for circumstances that are beyond our intention and my desire, namely that the person scheduled to be here in my place is Professor Edward Alam from Lebanon. He got sick, is still recovering in his hotel. I hope he'll be ready for the other event that Father Rector mentioned this morning kindly, that I'm also organizing on the 14th, so in 2 days' time, on Charles Malik and human rights. You are all invited to that as well. For now, we need to start, and our first speaker is Professor Leora Bartolini, very well-known scholar in Jewish studies, a person of distinguished achievements in the academic life. She is now the Ronald Perelman Professor of Jewish Studies at Princeton University, where she has also been director of the program in Judaic Studies, chair of the Department of Religion, and obviously professor of religion at the same university. She is the author of very many and very important and relevant books. I will mention just a few. One is titled from 2018, Jewish Legal Theories, Writings on Religion, State and Morality. Another one is Institutionalizing Rights and Religion, Competing Supremacies. And the Book of Job, Ethics, Aesthetics, and Hermeneutics. I am particularly interested in a book called Leo Strauss and Emanuel Levinas, Philosophy and Politics of Revelation, a book that I should have used in the discussions of our graduate seminar that took place a few years ago. So the next edition, this book is going to be there. And just mentioning 2 or 3 projects that are in the process of completion. One is on what is religious freedom, a very timely topic. The subtitle is The Case of Conversion in Israel and India. And another project, also in the process of being printed, I guess, published, Apostate and Saint. And this is on a figure that is very relevant to us here in this university, and many of our students are interested in Edith Stein. So this is a book on Edith Stein, and the subtitle is On the Continued Relevance of Edith Stein for Jewish and Christian Self-Understanding. I certainly want to order the book even before it is published. So as soon as it is on whatever site it is available. And still another one, the Princeton Companion to Jewish Studies. So this is just to give an idea of how happy we are and we can be, and grateful for the presence of Professor Leora Bartolini among us. So I give the word to you. There.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Can everyone hear me now? Thank you for that extremely generous introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the organizers, both from the United States and from Rome, and all the different centers. Thank you very much for having me. I've learned a lot already, and at this time when it's so difficult to have conversations, it's wonderful to be here and take part in these conversations. So, what I am going to talk about today, is the importance of storytelling and its implications for pluralism within and beyond Jewish communities. And in order to do that, I'm going to talk about two pretty well-known categories, the categories of halakha and agadah, which I'll say something about in a moment. But before I get into that, I want to say that part of what I'm trying to do here in a very general sense is to call for a return to some kind of localism. And this is, of course, related to the issues that we were talking about in the last sessions in terms of particularity and universality. And so my claim is, and I think some will agree and some disagree, but that basically we have to go from the bottom up, that we have to begin with particularity, and to some extent remain with particularity, but only from there do we go from universality to universality. And similarly, the local is very important in this sense, and this is what I think the categories of halakha and agadah offer from within the Jewish tradition. So I'm going to start talking about halakha and agadah from within the Jewish tradition, and more particularly how they've been understood in a modern context. And then I want to make a suggestion for how we can, and other people have made this suggestion, return to a different conception of halakha and agadah. And maybe just one more clarifying point, which is to say that I'm not suggesting in a general sense that we return to something pre-modern. I think there are still, despite all of the very difficult problems that we have, there's still a lot of important and good things about modernity, which I'll be happy to say more about. I think this is more of a kind of correction for going too far in another direction. And so it's an attempt to use some hermeneutical categories within the Jewish tradition to try and correct for, I think, what Karim called this morning, I liked your phrase, the sweep of modernity. And so a lot of what I'm going to talk about now is actually the sweep of modernity. Okay, so the big question that I want to raise is these two categories, which I'll say something about in a second, halakha and agadah. Should we understand them as halakha or agadah, or should we understand them as halakha and agadah? Okay, so halakha and agadah are very well known, and many people talk about it. I'm talking about them specifically as literary categories in the Talmud. Most of the time when you hear people talk about halakha, they're referring to the legal corpus, and agadah, they're referring to the narrative parts of the legal corpus. So the beginning hermeneutical question of my comments, as I said, is can or should halakha and agadah be treated as separable categories? And this is a very big question with a lot of history, but for the purposes of what we're doing, again, I want to focus on the modern period. And basically in the modern period, what I want to suggest is that halakha and agadah have been treated as distinct categories. And what's interesting about that is that they've been treated by distinct categories both from within an academic context, so a non-religious context, if we want to say, but also it's been a view, the separation between halakha and agadah, that has been embraced in religious contexts and specifically in Jewish orthodoxy. Okay, let's see. All right. So here for the academic context, Leopold Zunz, who some of you may or may not know, was one of the founders of the academic study of Judaism in Germany, Wissenschaft des Judentums. And he and others who worked with him, they really were making arguments about why Judaism deserved to be studied academically, because of course that was not something that was taken for granted. And much of what they wanted to argue was that Judaism actually had a history and wasn't just a kind of footnote on the way to Christianity, but had a history in and of itself. So the project itself was a kind of apologetic project, both for non-Jews, mainly Protestants, to say that Judaism is something that should be treated with respect, but it was also an internal project because it was saying we can be both modern and Jewish at the same time, and that Judaism is actually something that's quite rational and quite in keeping with modernity. And so part of what's going on here with Zunz when he's making the separation between halakha and agadah is he's a little bit embarrassed, I'll put it this way, because agadah can be a little bit crazy in some parts, meaning fantastical. In a potentially positive way, very imaginative, and not necessarily rational, which halakha is apparently supposed to be. Okay, so just to read, he defines agadah as that which is not halakha. So again, pretty clear, he's talking from a separationist point of view. And then, quote, to the extent that greater flexibility was allowed for the agadic elucidation of Scripture, so too the flexibility was increasingly restricted to the words of the individual, and as such the Agadah has no binding authority, neither as an interpretive method nor as a regulator of everyday life. So a very strong statement to say that it really, it's not just that it isn't halakha, it isn't law, but it doesn't even have anything to it as an interpretive quality. And again, this is an attempt, a kind of apologetic attempt to say that Judaism does deserve to be treated with respect, intellectual respect, both by non-Jews and by Jews. So interestingly, two of the very important proponents of modern Orthodox Judaism stick by a similar kind of argument, and though they have different reasons for making their arguments, but I just want to have these two quotations here. Joseph Soloveitchik, a very, very important figure. The halakha has its own methodology, a logical analytical method, and its own conceptual thinking. And then Yeshayahu Leibovich, who I think was mentioned yesterday, the halakha is its own basis and foundation, and its evolution over the generations reflects the factors that are immanent to its self-perception. So what's going on here? They're basically both claiming, and they're different in various ways, but in this sense they're the same. They're both claiming that this category of halakha is not just separable from agadah, but it's separable from all other categories as well. And this is actually a modern innovation, I want to suggest. Now, when I say it's a modern innovation, it's not to try and say that there's something inauthentic about what they're doing. I'm making the simple point that all of us are modern, and that things change, and that's just basically it. They have good arguments, which people can debate about how what they're saying does cohere with their sources, but the way they articulate it is distinctly modern. So why are they making this claim? And I'll say a little bit more about this soon. Well, one of the reasons why they're making this claim is because in modernity, when Jews have had the opportunity to become individual citizens of nation states, again, I'm giving a kind of very simplistic view, but this is still true, what's defined then as being Jewish comes down to something relatively narrow, especially in a European context. Okay, in a European context, despite the fact that Judaism is a comprehensive way of life, and everybody who's talking about it knows that, these Jewish thinkers have to actually talk about Judaism, and here in this case halakha, as the core of Judaism, as somehow its own thing, precisely because it doesn't interfere with all these other things that are part of modern life. So this kind of compartmentalization or dividing up of spheres, which is of course a very modern kind of thing reflected by modern universities, they have internalized this in different kinds of ways, and they have good reasons for it, because again, I want to suggest everything in modernity isn't necessarily bad. There are a lot of good things, and there are a lot of reasons why Jews, including Orthodox Jews, of course, want to be part of the modern world. Okay, so just to give you a sense of why halakha and agadah are not actually separable categories, at least if we think about the rabbinic context, I'm going to give you just a very well-known counterexample, and the very well-known counterexample is, of course, the Haggadah, which is just Aramaic for Agadah, and the well-known Haggadah, the telling of the Passover story, which is in Israel there's just one Seder, but in diaspora 2 Seders, which is followed there. And since we're in Italy, this is from Venice, from 1609. And basically I don't know how well you can see it here, but what's depicted is the leader of the Seder points to the matzah and recites in Aramaic, this is the bread of affliction that our forefathers ate in Egypt. Whoever is in need may come and join our meal. And then the different 2 initial letters on the top depict the head of the household holding up a piece of matzah and also pointing to the Seder plate, to all of the different things that are on the Seder plate. So the point is that the way in which we act, and the things we must do, and I'm calling it here very broadly halakha, are intimately connected to the kinds of stories that we tell. And the Haggadah is, I think, just a kind of basic and classic example of that, where we're telling a story about what has happened coming out of Egypt, and this, of course, leads to particular observances and particular rites and rituals, and also moral precepts, such as whoever doesn't have any food should come and join the Seder. And so they're intimately connected there. Again, a lot more to say about this, but I just wanted to give you a kind of very basic example of why it's actually not straightforward to say that halakha and Haggadah are completely distinct. And now, okay. So I have for here, I won't read you this whole thing. You can read it, and those of you who got this outline in advance have seen this. But this is a 20th century articulation of the interrelationship between halakha and Haggadah. And this is by Chaim Nachman Bialik, who's probably the most important Hebrew poet of the 20th century. And part of what he is trying to say is that halakha and Haggadah are actually not separate. They're one and the same. He gives a very nice example, the way in which water and ice are the same. They're 2 sides of the same thing, or they're 2 expressions of the same thing, and that it would be, I think he's implying it would be silly to say that, we only have water but no ice. It's completely unrelated, and one could see other kinds of examples. Yesterday, Rabbi Levi mentioned Abraham Isaac Cook, and his claim, just to bring it out a little bit, because I'm not sure everyone got it, but he's also an early 20th century thinker, was a chief rabbi of Palestine. He died before the Second World War, and his legacy is a whole different story. But he himself, part of what he was trying to do was to really rethink the relationship between halakha and Haggadah. And I'll say something when I come to this question of secularism about the way in which rethinking the relationship between halakha and Haggadah actually is a way to overcome the so-called religious-secular divide. So that's another important figure. I'm mentioning him here because Bialik and Cook, in many ways, could not be more different from each other. But I want you to see that this is a position, this argument for them coming back together, that's made by multiple Jewish thinkers. So I don't want to take too much time looking at 2 other thinkers, 20th century thinkers, who I think are articulating the same kind of thing, because I want to get to our implications. But I'll just say the first is by the late legal theorist Robert Cover, and he wrote a very famous essay called Nomos, a Narrative. And if anyone who hasn't read it should read it. That's where this is from. But basically, he's making the claim, he did write about Jewish things, but if we take a step out of Jewish things for a minute, where he argues that no set of legal institutions or prescriptions exists apart from narratives that locate it and give it meaning. For every constitution, there's an epic. For every decalogue, a scripture. Once understood in the context of the narratives that give it meaning, law becomes not merely a system of rules to be observed, but a world in which we live. And a second one by Clifford Geertz, where I think, arguably Geertz is making a similar type of claim, in the sense that what he's saying is that people, the way in we might think about what he calls here the powerfully coercive ought, or what we need to do, or law, how law or the ought can't be separated from the way in which we think about the way the world is. So to put it very simply, the things that we do and the norms that we hold and that we aspire to are intimately tied to the stories that we tell about ourselves. And so this is basically what I'm trying to say, is this theme of halakha and agadah, bringing them back together. Okay. How much time do I have? I just want to make sure I don't go over.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, so
perfectly.
good. Okay, great. So I want to talk now about the implications, which I think are I hope, more interesting. So I think that there are 3 implications of this. One that has to do with pluralism and localism, one with overcoming a secular religious dichotomy, and the other with interreligious dialogue. So one of the consequences of having arguments, and these are arguments that really go back, I would say, to the 18th century, though we could debate that, but to the 18th century, of, say, halakha as its own category in and of itself, separate from other things, is a claim that custom doesn't have the status of law, okay? And this is something that one also sees in the development of modern legal theory, where modern law comes to be understood as something distinct from custom. So what this means in a Jewish context is that local customs no longer, local customs no longer have the authority that they once had. So it's not enough in a modern context to say we do it this way in our community because this is the way our community has always done it. Instead, there's kind of a more formalistic view of halakha, which also, and again I'm saying a lot at once, becomes centralized in a way that it never had been before in the development of the modern Israeli rabbinate, okay, which develops after the establishment of the State of Israel. There's much to say about that, but basically what the Israeli rabbinate does is that they take a centralist view of law, where they, the Israeli rabbinate, are in charge of saying what is halachic and what is not. One issue in which this is very serious has to do with issues of conversion, where historically local communities, rabbis in local communities had the authority to convert people. Now people have to be converted through the Israeli rabbinate, and this raises all kinds of problems. It raises even more problems because it is actually connected to citizenship in Israel. Another example, though, taken right here from Rome, has to do with, I guess, the Jewish Roman artichoke, which is apparently a delicacy from the 16th century. It's fried. I've had it. It's very good. But I think it was in 2018, if I'm recalling correctly, there was a big controversy because the Israeli rabbinate said that this artichoke isn't kosher because there could be a lot of bugs and worms in the artichoke. That's another issue. And of course, the Roman Jewish community was really angry about this because they said, what are you talking about? This has been our custom. This is what we do in our community. So I do think the artichoke is a serious issue. I want to be clear, but I mean, there are also extremely serious issues, such as, the issue of conversion and the question of belonging, that we see the way in which a kind of centralization of halakha, which is connected, again, big story to tell here, with the formal, making halakha something formal as a category in and of itself, how this becomes a kind of way of getting rid of pluralism. And so part of what I'm trying to suggest is that by returning to the connection between halakha and agadah, part of what we get is more of a focus on localism. And on particular communities having the authority to decide, for the most part, what their practices should be. So for decentralization. So to me, this is an important corrective to something that's gone too far in the modern context. Again, not to return to a pre-modern context, but to correct for something that's gone too far. Okay. Now, why do I think that this overcomes the secular religious dichotomy? Of course, I should say that these are all gigantic issues, and I've certainly not resolved anything here today, but I just want to be suggestive. It resolves the secular religious dichotomy in a Jewish context, at least, but I think arguably in a non-pietistic Protestant context as well. Because part of the narrowing of halakha into a distinct category, what that means is that it's like religion, a modern understanding of religion, which is understood to be somehow separable from our whole way of living. But that's, from a Jewish point of view, that's a category that doesn't really cohere with what it means to be a Jew from lots of different perspectives, because one is a Jew in everything that one does. It's a way of a whole worldview. If you play basketball, you're a Jew. If you cook, you're a Jew, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that you do in life is connected to this kind of holistic, with an H, outlook, which is different from a modern conception of religion, and also this modern conception of halakha, which says that there's only this very narrow sphere in which one is Jewish. And once we recognize, I think, that conception of religion, which many people have recognized, doesn't fit with almost anything that we call religion, actually, I think it opens us up to see that this religious secular divide is actually not so strict, that actually the religious and the secular are intimately tied with one another as a whole way of life. I have for you here, I won't read it, but a quote from Rachel Adler, who is teaches at she teaches in Los Angeles at Hebrew Union College, the Reform Seminary, but part of what she's trying to say here is that halakha, she's very influenced by Robert Cover, but is this kind of comprehensive way of being in life, of acting, of going forward. And I think we heard earlier when Elena was speaking about halakha and walking, this is a similar claim. So halakha isn't just for Orthodox Jews, she wants to say, it's for all Jews. And part of what I think she's suggesting is that it's for all Jews because it has to do with this comprehensive narrative approach to our whole lives. Now, I probably have gone a little over. I'll just conclude in 1 second by saying that I do think, of course, that this is also connected to interreligious dialogue. We don't have interreligious dialogue just as, here's the Jewish tradition, and here's the Muslim tradition, and here's the Christian tradition. We know that within each tradition, there are lots of different communities. And it's very important for each tradition, I think, to somehow be able to recognize that multiplicity and to be more open to that multiplicity. And that openness to that multiplicity, I think, there's a parallel openness when it comes to other religious traditions as well. So overall, my claim, and I'll just conclude with this, is to say that a return to localism is a return, I think, also to face-to-face relationships. We've talked a little bit about technology and AI. I certainly have no giant solutions, but of course, what's so dehumanizing about technology and AI, if we want to put it very simply, is that we don't speak face-to-face with people. And I think we all know here the difference that it makes when you actually have to speak to another person or see another person and see their reaction, as opposed to when even if you're on Zoom, there's a difference. And so I think that this return, once again, to localism, I think is both really important within traditions themselves, the particularity of particular communities, then leading to a kind of broader view of a tradition, as well as between different traditions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Banitsky. This is on a literal decision. I didn't have the time to check it with my co-moderator. So we give 5 more minutes to this talk so that we divide the 3 talks in 30 minutes each, and then we have 30 minutes for an overall discussion so that we can underline aspects of of each presentation. So to this presentation, is there any comment? Are there questions? First, immediate reactions. Please feel free. Everyone is invited. Bill.
Thank you very much, Leora. Just one question in light of our aims for this meeting. You framed this argument about halakha and haggadah as a corrective to certain issues, problems that you see operative. I wonder if you can put push yourself a little bit more to explain what it means to sense the need for a corrective? What are the criteria that generate for you the understanding of a need for correction? And how do you think about that systematically?
Okay, thank you. So, of course, this is just my view, I should say, but I think that I think a need for a corrective comes when one believes that something has been so distorted that it's beginning to not resemble itself anymore. And so let's just give it an example with the centralization of halakhic decision-making. I think it begins not to resemble what Jewish law has been historically. The plurality with different Jewish traditions, different Jewish communities. So to me, I'm not sure if that really answers the question, because then the question is, how is it that you decide that? I suppose part of it does have to do with, in some sense, all of us have to make judgments about what we think is essential to a tradition. And so I do think there's several things, I suppose, that I think are central to the Jewish tradition. I'm not going to give a comprehensive list here, but I think two of them are, one, I think a kind of plurality in interpretation, which I think is exactly what Elena spoke about this morning. And then I also do think this issue of human dignity is another aspect. And I think that if one does think that those two aspects are essential, and again, I think there are other, I do also think actually halakha in this very broad sense in terms of a way of life is also essential to being Jewish. If one does think all those things are essential, then I think there are ways in which if you look at contemporary Judaism, it no longer seems to resemble those as well as it could. And I mean, if we had like many more hours, I think part of the discussion would be the way in which modernity has shaped Judaism. I mean, of course, Judaism shapes modernity too, but I think that part of it has to do with having a little bit of distance now, maybe from the 18th century, and maybe being able to see, to some extent, we can never really have great perspective on our own moment, I think it's important to say, but having some perspective to see where some things have gone too far.
Yeah. Is there an immediate other question? Yeah. Yes, please.
So thank you very much for your presentation. The relationship between halakha and agada is similar to the relationship between conceptual discourse and narrative, symbolic, imaginal discourse. Can be two ways of transmission of being and transmission of doing. Mm-hmm. So agada, this narrative part, is essential to transmit this vision necessary for doing, for practicing Judaism. Do you?
Yes. No. Yes. Exactly. And I mean, again, I gave the example of the Passover Seder. Because it's not just doing in a general sense, but it's extraordinarily particular about the exact things you're supposed to do. And I think, both sides inform the other side, and both sides are necessary. And that's why I think you can't, this is where I like this, when I quoted Bialik, it's from this very famous essay, I'm not sure if I said this, called Halakha and Agadah. It's an excellent essay. But that's really his point, is that you can't have one without the other, and there have been ways in the modern Jewish context. I talked about the attempt that focus so much on halakha. There's also other aspects that focus so much on what we could broadly call agadah, which is also problematic. So I think you need both.
Okay, I think we are in perfect time. We dedicated 30 minutes to this first presentation. So now we'll have the second presentation by Professor Ilaria Ramelli, and I give the word to my co-moderator for the introduction, and then we have another 30 minutes dedicated to the second presentation. So please.
Thank you very much, Professor Vila-Chã and Professor Bartolini for your talk. Now we are going to introduce the second speaker, Ilaria Ramelli. She is a full professor of theology at the Graduate School of Theology, Thomas Aquinas University, Angelicum in the United States. She is a senior visiting professor of church history and senior research fellow at Princeton University. She has been awarded a senior research fellowship at the University of Oxford, and she is also honorary professor at Stanford University and at Cambridge University in the Faculty of Divinity. She is member of many international academic societies, and she has authored numerous books and articles on ancient and late antique philosophy, especially Platonism and Stoicism, patristic theology, and philosophy in early Christianity. Among her books, we could mention The Christian Doctrine of Apocastasis, a critical assessment from the New Testament to Eugenia, and Social Justice and the Legitimacy of Slavery, published for Oxford University Press. And the title of her talk is Strategies of Change, Historical Case Studies and the Value of Philosophical Theology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to all you organizers from both universities, all the centers, and all of you, and for this generous introduction. And also, I will have 20 minutes, so? Talk 20 minutes. Yeah, okay. Okay.
If you go over.
Yeah, no. Yes, no. You actually tell me when something like 5 minutes are left, so that, okay. So it should be less and something like that. Okay, so I think there would be so many ideas and so many things connected to this really wonderful gathering and brainstorming. And so I think I will just say 2 or 3 general things, but then I will focus on I think 3 or better only 2 points, which will be 10 minutes each. I think is fine. And then, of course, for the publication, there will be lots more, and also, of course, from the discussion. So I look forward to that. I would like to mention some important historical principles of adaptation and change. So here I'm really speaking as an historical theologian. So I do history of theology here, and also of philosophy. It's philosophical theology in a way. So. I do agree Abrahamic faiths have long negotiated the delicate historical task of reinterpreting their teachings and practices to adjust to new conditions, as the prompt very greatly was saying, so while preserving core commitments and rights. So among the 6 main case studies, I would mention that theologically the doctrine of hypostasis is very important, and it gave rise to important transformation. So first it was kind of as a kind of heresy, the heresy of the duo innata or duo theoi, but then it was codified actually as a principle of faith by the Council of Constantinople. So that was one very big shift, and this is very theological. So from the point of, but I'm not speaking of that. Just to give you a very interesting example, for me is very important. Another one is huge doctrine of original sin, and thank you so much. And also the transformation of Augustine's theology during, of course, the tour, but I'm not speaking of that. So I'm saying something about something more, the principles of the doctrine of slavery, and also, of course, then the practical transformation within, of course, our faith. I'm speaking clearly from the perspective of Christianity and of Catholicism, but since here I'm speaking mostly from the perspective of patristic philosophy and theology, so patristic philosophical theology, I must say it's really a Christian perspective, because clearly there were not yet the confessions that we have now. Actually, the patristic period was very much blessed. This is what I said, tell also the students, because it was one church actually at that time. So that even though, of course, there was a lot of heresies and what we call, of course, heresy, there was Arianism, there was Pelagianism, then there was a lot of discussion about that. And of course, then doctrines came out and the councils came out. So about slavery, this is very, very important. Slavery and also the issue of social justice, which is closely related to that, very important. So the Bible does not clearly reject slavery. We all know about that, of course, from this, also from the point of view, lots of studies also from the point of view of the Hebrew Bible, of course. In the New Testament, we have a discussed passage in 1 Corinthians. I'm not entering into that, and a debated interpretation of a sentence in Philemon, this in St. Paul, and then, of course, Jesus' foot washing scene in John, which is very important, and Jesus' own self-identification with the poor and oppressed in Matthew 25. There's lots of implication, and also the fathers were thinking a lot about that. But in many points, especially in the Old Testament, also in the pastoral epistles, explicitly, actually the Bible does not condemn, or sometimes even endorses. In the so-called pastoral, so the pseudo-post, there are even endorsements in a way of that. So I'm just pointing to one very important figure. There would be so much to say about this rejection, also from the Jewish tradition, because of course we have the Essenes and the Therapeuta, who were really the first who were against slavery, both de jure and de facto, which is very important. So this is a very important principle. But now I'm speaking just again for the sake of time, of course, about Gregory of Nyssa. So Gregory, I love Gregory of Nyssa a lot. I studied him a lot. He was a great Origenian, so he was a follower of Origen of Alexandria in many, many ways, but he's a great saint of our church, and he's from the 4th century, one of the great Cappadocians. So for those who maybe are not very, very familiar with him, but so he is the first church father to systematically adduce strong theological arguments, notice theological arguments against slavery and also social injustice, and he coupled them. It's very important, and I underline theological because there are some scholars, I'm not saying that now, but who are saying, well, Gregory was just picking up some bits and pieces from Stoic opposition to slavery. This is not absolutely the case, because Gregory is building up very theological arguments, and these theological arguments are grounded in scripture, so they are not grounded in Stoic philosophy, but primarily they are scriptural argument and theological argument that, as ever, his thought begins with God and then has anthropological reflection. So this is very important. So whatever he thinks is just always built on God, and then it reflects. So Gregory uses these strong theological arguments against slavery, and these are based mainly on 2 points. There are others, but these are the 2 big ones. The theology of the image. We just spoke, of course, from Genesis, all human beings are in the image of God. And the social analogy. Social analogy means that just as we as human beings are all of one race, or so to say, or all of one substance, you would say, but we are very many hypostases. In the same way, the divinity has 3 hypostases from the Christian point of view, of course, the 3 Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So there are 3 hypostases, but one divinity. And the same is in humanity. Many, many hypostases, all human beings are hypostases, but one full humanity. So this is the basis of his social analogy. And this is very important for him because he's drawing very many arguments on the basis of this argument. So one of these concerns the rejection of slavery, both de jure and de facto. So he seems to have come up with his condemnation of slavery and social injustice, Saint Gregory, on the basis of his theology and also, of course, of the condition of people he met, including the people assisted by Basil, his brother, great Basil of Caesarea, great bishop, a very active bishop in many, many ways, and also McLean, who was the a nun, actually the founder of a proto-monastery, a very important theologian herself, and also depicted by Gregory of Nyssa in his dialogues and in the Vita Macrina and in the Anima et Resurrezione. They were both his siblings, so both older than Gregory. So many centuries later, the church, we know, embraced his position later. So the church, of course, rejected slavery officially, what was not the case earlier on. And the Catholic Church also elaborated the social doctrine of the church, which is inspired actually by principles of social justice that also underlie Gregory's own argument. So it's a very long history that goes, it's not just Leo the 13th, it goes back to Gregory and it goes back to the father. So today, we have, of course, new forms of slavery. I'm skipping about that because we have little time, but it's very important that it's not just, speaking about the time of Gregory, but we still have some elements that go on. And so his arguments are, I think, very well applicable even now, and not only at his time. But of course, in his time, we have really the institution of slavery, of course, which in the Roman Empire it was absolutely recognized, and it was actually the basis for their economy at that time. Philosophical reflections on slavery and also social, economic, and gender inequality sometimes have proved to support the status quo instead of improving it. And in this case, for instance, it was the case with Aristotle, who was also one of the great founders, theoretically, of the institution of slavery itself. And in his descriptive attitude, is the descriptive attitude represented in Raphael's School of Athens, here and in the fresco in the Stanze Vaticane over against Plato's attitude, who say the finger up, and Aristotle has that descriptive attitude. He has the hand, and so one is up and the other is descriptive attitude of what is here. And he was just describing the situation that was already in Athens and in Greece at his time, and so he was trying to maintain that he provided a description and also a justification that was used for many centuries of existing relations of subordination, and he endorsed them: master, slave, man, woman, etc. And he described them as normal and natural, whereas other philosophers, such as the Sophists first and the Stoics afterwards, questions the naturalness of such relationships of subordination, especially the Stoics with the slaves. But Gregory of Nyssa, all these kinds of relations. Of course, he was also basing himself on Paul and Galatians 3:28, etc. So. Consistent Stoics and Epicureans, for instance, admitted as school slaves, admitted also women and people of every ethnic background, and they rejected Aristotle's theory of the inferiority of slaves, women, and barbarians by nature. This is what Aristotle was saying, by nature, which he never explained why the reason why there was this inferiority by nature. It was simply self-evident to him, but of course not to us, hopefully. So that's remarkably the same category. Look, this is very interesting. The same categories of inferiority supported by Aristotle, social, gender, and ethnic inferiority, were rejected by Paul in Galatians 3:28. And this was not overlooked by everybody, but also some fathers who did not live in a very emancipated society, but still they were very intelligent and illuminated, of course, and so they looked at this. So I think that they were really great. So anyway, so let me skip about the Stoics. So the Stoics, of course, consider slavery as a morally indifferent thing, but again, Gregory of Nyssa went on saying that we should actually reject slavery. So and also social justice. His notion, the notion of poverty, which had to be rejected. I mean, it should be combated, because I'm just saying this in 2 words because I'm not reading it, it's too long. But for him, there is the principle of the universal telos. All the goods given by God are meant to be given to all. So who is taking too much for him, for himself, is ipso facto taking away the things that other people need. So this is the principle that was supported not only by Gregory but also others will follow him. And there are already some elements in Origin concerning that. So. Anyway, so I am then saying just one thing about this, and then I skip to the other, I go to the other element. So Nissen, so Gregory of Nyssa's, and other late antiquity ascetic thinkers' arguments and practice, because Gregory, of course, also in his homilies was exhorting at least Christian masters to release slaves, and so he wanted also to have a practical, so not only theoretical argument, but he also, as a pastor, he was a bishop, of course, and he was preaching at church a lot. And in his sermons, he tried with a lot of also rhetorical arguments, very powerful arguments, to exhort people, really the masters, the owners of slaves, to if you are a good Christian, you should really liberate them. So this is basically what he's saying many times, and giving a lot of arguments for that. And the same also for not amassing wealth, but actually dividing it up with people who are poor, etc. So, and of course, he had before his eyes a lot of poverty, a lot of injustice, and also all the people helped by his brother and sister, and they were doing a lot of pastoral work and a lot of practical work for people. So. Let me skip, if I can. How long do I have?
You have now 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. So let me say something, if I may. There would be also a lot about philosophical theology, but I'm not saying anything about that, because it's very important, of course, because is what Origen was always doing, and many other fathers, joining, of course, rational argument with faith and the revelation of Scripture. So it's both elements that go together. And of course, rational argument is very important because Christ himself is the Logos, so is identified with the rational with the rational faculty, or at least he's the one who inspires it, and he's the Logos. So I would say something concerning the other principle of historical principle of adaptation and change, mainly in response to societal change, is of course the responsibility of women in the church, of course in our tradition, and it's a question for all traditions, as we see represented here, and also this is, responsibility of women can be, of course, in laicity, so it can be in dicasteries, hopefully in curia maybe, and so from lay persons. Then, of course, there is the issue which is very important, I think is very important, and many of my colleagues say it will come. We don't know when, but it will come anyway. So the ordination of women and women's ministry. They say it will come in the future, but it happened already in the past, because in the patristic era it was something like there was the ordination of women. It's just attested very, very well epigraphically, and also from the source material. I mean, from the sources themselves, the kairotonia for women in various levels. So this was a reality, of course, a minority reality. Not that there were so many, but there were. I mean, there are the documentation. That's the documentation. So it was a reality in the patristic age, and I'm not speaking only, of so-called heretical churches or the Montanist churches. Of course, there were the Gnostics, of course, but also within the Orthodox, so to say, in in the sense of the great church, so the majority church. The Orthodox Cappadocian Theosebia was another sister of this great family of saints who were the Cappadocians, both men and women, Saint McLean, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, Saint Basil of Caesarea, and all the other bishops also. And there's also Saint Theosebia, who was the sister of Basil and Nyssa and the other, and she was installed by Gregory Nazianzen very much, another Gregory bishop of Nazianzus, and then also of Constantinople. She was ordained. She had the keratonia by the bishop of Constantine of Nyssa, and that, she was the sister of Gregory of Nyssa, and she had the ordination. She was ordained, and Gregory Nazianzen says this very clearly. She had many sources, if you like, we can discuss about that. There are many sources. Two, mainly by Gregory Nazianzen, are very important. And then also, of course, we have a lot of attestations about female deacons, and also higher order existed. But then it was accused, then and onwards, until now in some sectors of the Christian church, even of heresy. And so this institutional, so the women's ministry. But it has also been received in several Christian denominations, so there's a lot of debate, and it's ongoing, of course. I see, of course, that there are theological, anthropological, and social issues. Well, let me say that just before the beginning of the synod here, the October this year, Pope Francis himself observed that the words of St. John Paul II's exclusion of women from priesthood is no dogmatic definition. I'm quoting the Pope, I'm quoting Pope Francis, and can be the object of study and discussion, which is good, is the exercise of the Logos. So this is Christ again among us. So indeed, there is much to discuss, I think, also from the historical point of view, really, as historical theologians, and also, of course, from theological points of view and anthropological points of view. And surely, as Pope Francis says very clearly, there is no dogma at all concerning the exclusion of women from ordination. It's not like the other big dogmas that we are bound to, at least from our perspective, of course, bound to follow and abide. So this is indeed an issue area with respect to which the religion tradition in which I locate myself and claim expertise as a historical theologian would do well to adapt its teaching, I think, or its practices more, including hermeneutical practices, to change in time. Now we can't go into the hermeneutical practice. Maybe I just say 3 questions and then I stop here. But in the hermeneutical practice, there are lots of problems concerning even the Bible and the interpretation of the Bible, and also the interpretation of Greek, because of course it's in Greek in the New Testament, of apostoloi and diakonoi. These are inclusive terms, and sometimes this is totally forgotten. There are many elements that could be, now I can't go into them, but so it has also big hermeneutical issues. They come out a lot. So I just try. I have to skip a lot of elements. I'm not going to quote Saint Augustine here, which is okay. So let me go down and down. Saint Augustine is not very supportive, but Origen and Gregory of Nyssa and Eugenia, for instance, are very important elements, very important figures here. So I just stress this issue because you organizer in particular, you explicitly encourage us not to shy away from being critical of our tradition where appropriate. I simply hope to offer maybe a constructive criticism, or better, just not even constructive criticism, but just some observations and questions. So note, I would not like to become a priest myself, maybe a nun, not a priest. So it's not out of self-interest, it's totally theoretical, so to say. And again, rational, exercise of the Logos. So an historical observation. I have 4 points, well, if we have time, otherwise you just stop me. So historically, so the 12 of course, the apostles, were not only all male, but they were all Jews, also as far as we know, and included no Asiatic or black people as far as we know. However, even if Jesus never ordered us anywhere, as far as I can see, to avoid ordaining women, there's nothing about that. Nevertheless, people who are ordained today, I mean, of course, in our tradition, in our confession, clearly, they are of all ethnic backgrounds, very good, of course, and all colors, so to say, very good, of course, but they are only men. So if we were to stick to the characteristics of the 12, as far as we know, so we should ordain only Jewish white men, so to say, right? If instead, as it happened, the ethnic and even racial, in scare quotes, barriers have been totally abandoned, why is the gender barrier, and this alone, retained? This is a question, really, that I ask everybody. So, social, gender, and ethnic inferiority were supported, as I mentioned very quickly, by Aristotle, but were all rejected by Paul in Galatians 3:21, which is 28, sorry, which is very important text. Of course, when we say it's related to baptism, of course, there's a lot of hermeneutics, but still, Aristotle endorsed them, but Paul liberated us from the three of them, not of two of them, but the three of them. So another point, another question, so if I may. So the second one, theologically. So the first was historical, second is theological, third is historical, fourth is ecumenical, if I may, if I have time. So second point, theological. So if God, so let us do like Gregory did. So Saint Gregory of Nyssa always looks at God and then draws conclusions for humanity. So if God transcends, of course, genders, properly speaking, being entirely spiritual. And if both the fathers, Nyssa, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, and all the Platonist fathers, I have a lot of to say about that, and also the Pope, famously, John Paul I, agree that God can be called both father and mother. I'm reading, thank you, the Angelus from September 10, 1978, from John Paul I. He declared God is father, even more mother, e papà più ancora è madre. It's very, very famous, is recorded also. So if God is transcend genders, properly speaking, and if God can be called both father and mother, as the Pope and also Nyssa has beautiful, very beautiful words about that. And if Christ himself, is both male and female, being both Logos and Sophia. This, again, I'm speaking with the fathers, and it's not me. It's his origin is Gregory of Nyssa, also pointing to this duplicity, so to say. And here I'm speaking with the Regina. If he was resurrected as a human being and not as a man or a woman, surrexit in homine tantum, only as a human being, in homine, not in a man or as a woman, but he surrexit in homine tantum. So, and if a priest, this is ecclesiastically, if a priest acts in persona Christi, of course, which does not mean in persona Jesu Nazareni, but in persona Christi. So why women who are in the image of God and Christ exactly as men are, and we know that, of course, from Genesis, why so women should be precluded from being ordained? Question. So this is a question. So third question, if I may, so historically again, so we go back again to history as for the first question. If women were ordained deacons and priests, possibly even bishops, there are some inscriptions concerning that. It's, of course, episcopi, etc. In the first millennium, including in the Catholic Church, and not only again by just Montanists and other, so to say, sects or heresies. So there are, and then abbacies for the first millennium at least were given the staff and the teaching and the care of souls, and we have all the rites of ordination with this. And all this, when society since we are speaking of changes, in our times. So when society was even much more patriarchal and misogynist than now, of course, and at that time, of course, women could not vote, they have no rights at all, they could not marry whomever they wished, and did this for a lot of time, even maybe for some generations ago. So why should, we have, of course, in our tradition as Catholics, now, have such big problems in ordaining women today, when earlier they were ordained when society was much more of a disaster, so to say, for us at that time. Some even considering, of course, not all of us, but some even consider, I read that, women's ordination a scandal or an horror. I mentioned earlier that there was this, I read that, un errore, o meglio un orrore. Gosh, okay. So then, fourth question, and then I can just stop after the fourth question. And there are other elements of Apokatasana, but I'm not speaking of that. So. The fourth point is ecumenical, of course. Many Christian confessions ordain women, including the Anglicans. I have several colleagues and friends in the UK and who are female priests, and even a bishop, not to mention Protestant female pastors, of course. So even though, of course, the conception is a bit different from priesthood. So why should we have such immense problem in ordaining women? So being ordained is not anything that only strong men can do, so that there's not, so to say, a physical or biological basis concerning that, of course. And also maybe, teaching, preaching, the care of souls, authority can well pertain to suitable women. Of course, there was also Atto of Vercelli, who was a bishop, and he did acknowledge that there were women who were priests in the first millennium. We have many documents, but this is one of the last ones, and he says, yes, there were. Now, non expedit now, but not in the sense that it's prohibited, but in the sense that we have so many men that we don't need the women anymore. So his argument was very, so to say, very practical, but he was writing in the 10th century, so okay, so it's the time. Whereas Eugen, of course, had no these problems. It was almost a contemporary of Eugen, but Eugen had no problems. He said, Christus surrexit in nomine tantum. So therefore, so I would not see, just to conclude here, and I can stop and thank you. So I do not see any huge, really theological or anthropological or historical, tanto meno, insurmountable obstacle. I rather see maybe only excellent outcomes of this potential move, maybe against alarming scarcity of ordination. We're always praying for them, and I'm asked to pray, and I do pray for this always, and also maybe against plagues such as pedophilia or horrible things, and also as a help, maybe to contribute to making the church free of discrimination, or at least of spirit of division. And for consistency with the times, and especially the times and principles of adaptation and change and strategies for ongoing transformation in response to current world historical challenges, which is the focus of this wonderful conference. And I'm really very grateful for inviting me. I'm really very grateful and happy for that. I can really stop here. There would be other elements, but okay, they can
Wonderful.
Come later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed very much, Hilary. It's a great presentation. I'm sure there are millions of questions. We need to refrain from them now, but we'll have another half an hour after the third presentation for the discussion, so people can prepare their concise questions or comments, so that in the last half an hour we can touch the different points, including the many points you made so graciously and so interestingly. So thank you very much. I pass again the word to my co-moderators.
Yes, thank you very much. The last speaker of this panel is Professor Adnan Mokrani. He's obtained a doctorate at Al-Zaytuna University and a further one doctorate at Pontificia Institute for Arabic and Islamic Studies in Rome, Pisai. He's aggregate professor of the Faculty of Missiology at the Pontificia Gregorian University. He was a former senior research fellow at the Giorgio Lapira Library and the Research Center on the History and Doctrines of Islam at the Foundation of Religious Science John 23 in Palermo. And he was a former associate professor at the Pontifical Institute for Arabic and Islamic Studies, the PISAI. Among his many publications, we could mention the recent book, Toward an Islamic Theology of Non-Violence, in dialogue with René Girard. The title of his talk is The Hermeneutical Challenge in Contemporary Islamic Theology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I am happy to be among you today and yesterday in this very positive atmosphere. As you know, the main themes in classical Islamic theology are divinity, prophecy, eschatology, and eventually imamology. Today, we note the emergence of new theologies and methodologies as a response to the challenges arising from modernity. These new themes are comparative and dialogical by nature, with a growing interest in anthropology, such as the theology of religious pluralism, nonviolence theology, feminist theology or gender theology or Muslima theology, liberation theology, and ecological theology and other kinds of theologies. So in the past, we had cross-religious theologies. For instance, Mu'tazili theology influenced very much Judaism and Christianity. For instance, the Karaite theology is mainly Mu'tazili. They adopted the 5 principles of Mu'tazilism in a Jewish version. And also, Mu'tazilism influenced Christian theology. But today we have a new way of dealing with this cross-religious theologies. Facing the same problems, poverty, oppression, injustice, climate change, all the common challenges of our world and modernity. And sometimes they use the same methodology, the same terminology. For instance, Islamic theology of religions use terms and concepts like exclusivism, inclusivism, pluralism, and other, the same language. These intertwined theologies can be considered a single theology having different facets. Religious exclusivism can be transformed into violence, as violence against women is at the heart of feminist theology, which offers new tools for the theology of religious pluralism. The integral theology of religious diversity is nonviolent, ecological, feminist, and interreligious at the same time. Those who accept diversity are reconciled with themselves and the social and natural environment in which they live. New Muslim theologians are interested in the theological meaning of the Quran, which goes beyond the historical forms and expressions. For the believer, the text speaks to the present and opens horizons for the future. It is meaningful for me in my new historical context. The theologian is interested precisely in the historical passage of meaningfulness between past and current generations as cultural translation. This constructive mediation is the theologian's challenging function and mission. The Quranic text, historically and currently, is interpreted in different, even conflictual ways. Quranic interpretation takes place in power fields, and sometimes it's used to justify contradictory tendencies and ideologies. As we can see, how can we reconcile with these kind of apparent contradictions? The key challenge for new theologies is mainly hermeneutical. No matter the religious affiliation or scripture or reference, Bible, Quran, Talmud, or Hadith for Abrahamic religions. They are cross-religious or inter-religious theologies that share the same challenges and similar methodologies and learn from each other. They are comparative theologies by nature, implicitly or explicitly. Now I would like to share with you some faith assumptions and hermeneutical principles as general introduction to the question. In this paper, I would like to present doctrinal and hermeneutical principles from the believer's point of view. They are fundamental principles that highlight the text's status and function and consider the context and the pretext, the intent of the reader, which are essential factors in the complex interpretive operation. The first principle or element, divine unity and textual unity. Faith in God's unity and wisdom is reflected in the assumption of the text's unity and meaningfulness, as this verse indicates. Will they not think about this Quran? If it had been from anyone other than God, they would have found much inconsistency in it, contradictions. The question is, how can Muslims believe in a meaning transcending historical and cultural limits? It is the faith in the divine wisdom and guidance. It is an act of faith that makes the believer both a worshipper and a seeker of knowledge. Behind the words lie the Creator's word that the believer intends to understand and follow to become an active tool in life, the living word on earth. This faith requires that the believing reader does not content himself or herself with a fragmentary reading, given that the will of God is diffused throughout the entire text, albeit to differing degrees. The principle of hermeneutical charity tends to harmonize what seems contradictory. The bridge between the first historical moment of revelation and the present day is the faith that the text is the word of God, and that this word concerns living persons, here and now. If this were not so, the importance of the text would be enclosed in the historical past. It would lose its religious significance as a force of transformation, of human transformation, and deepening their humanity, humanizing force. The second point is the text's nature and function. The Quran is not a book of law, history, philosophy, or theology. Even it does contain historical, legislative, and theological elements. It is fundamentally a book of guidance, of transformation, human transformation, according to how the Quran describes itself. I quote, "This is the book in which there is no doubt, a guide for righteous." Guidance is at once its identity and function. It has an educational mission, pedagogical mission, in clarifying the path to God. However, this light does not replace the path of the believer or the believer himself or herself. It cannot in any way replace the believer's spiritual experience and ethical consciousness in his or her individual way of being and living in the presence of God. A mechanical and literalist understanding can betray the divine will, which cannot be reduced to practical and juridical commands. Religion is more than a formal practice. It is a question of inner transformation. This is the mystical dimension of mystical theology. It is a question of inner transformation that gives the believer no other will than God's will. Guidance cannot be reduced to what to do. Instead, it is primarily how to be. An existential conversion and purification. Apparent deeds and actions are only the external expression of the inner state. Guidance is a transformative knowledge that changes people from the inside. The third element, religious experience and intellectual humility. Guidance is related to the religious experience, an intimate relationship between the believer and God. The spiritual experience nourishes the reading of the text, which reciprocally raises the spiritual experience. Spiritual taste, dhawq, is necessary not only for an insider view of religion, but also for understanding other religions. You cannot do inter-religious dialogue without having this spiritual vision or taste, or it's like the sense of the sacred, even in art, even in beauty. So it's an aesthetic element of religion. Intellectual humility means listening and understanding without prejudices, projections, or projects. One cannot listen to the word of God disseminated throughout the text without emptying one's soul, leaving room for its reception. Otherwise, we repeat ourselves, finding only the reflection of our sick souls and to what we seek to obtain. In this case, reading is only opportunistic selection and an alteration of the meaning. However, the purity of the heart when facing the text remains relative. It is more a matter of movement in progress. Purity of the heart does not mean a loss of memory or approaching the text as a blank page. We carry all the questions of our time, its needs and challenges. We have our worries, expectations, hopes, and frustrations. Our humanity has its brightness and misery, ups and downs, intelligence and stupidity. We cannot strip ourselves from our human condition. We need instead to be aware of these predispositions and how they influence us. These conditions are not necessarily harmful, but sometimes essential for renewed reading, asking new questions, affords new interpretations that were unthinkable for the previous generations. The answers are new because the questions themselves are new. This is a permanent tension between the text and the reader, between revelation and history, between the particular and the universal, between the divine and the human. For that, we need knowledge community. So the sense of community is very important, where the religious and now can be even interreligious knowledge community that can modify So the interpretation can be modified from one generation to another. Interpretation is not an isolated work. It's always in historical and cultural context. The text exceeds itself. The text is not an idol. It's not an objective per se. It's not the objective of the religious experience. It has a divine origin, but it's not God. Muslims are not worshippers of the Quran. It guides human beings in their journey to God, indicating the way and opening their eyes to the divine signs. I quote, "On earth there are signs for those with sure faith, and in yourselves too, do you not see?" The word signs, ayat, is applied to the Quranic verses just as it's to the cosmic signs on earth and to the psychological and human signs in yourselves. It is a call to meditate on the exterior signs surrounding us and in the interior signs in the depths of our hearts, within and among us. The human being is a wonderful sign. The role of scriptural signs is to open ourselves, our eyes, to see all these signs around us and engage a dialogue with them, discovering their sense and message. The Quran helps to see God with the eye of the heart everywhere and in everything. The concept of sign is linked to revelation, wahi, which initially means a hidden communication and leads to the meaning without ever exhausting it or putting it in conceptual box. So ayah is different from concept. It's not the same. It's an open idea. It is a movement towards an ever-renewed meaning. The believer is not a literalist scribe or bibliophile, but a cosmic reader and mediator in his or her soul, and meditator in his or her soul. In this way, Quranic reading takes place in a vast spectrum of human knowledge, encompassing all creatures and cultures, engaging in dialogue with all, and nourishing from each. Quranic hermeneutics is a part of cosmic and existential hermeneutics. The words of God cannot be locked away in the pages of a book. They are overflowing with life, a life without limits that cannot be contained. Among the words of God are the scriptural or Quranic or biblical words. They are not dead letters, they are a permanent breath of life, an invitation to live and to meditate life. I still have 5?
A little less, but up to 5 minutes,
Okay.
please.
Another element, history as revelation. In the Quran, we find this expression: travel the earth and observe. See the traces of other nations, history, learn from cultures, histories, stories. And we have at least two impacts on religion. The first one is the impact of history on language and meaning. Even in classical world, for instance, the meaning of the Quran, of Islam in the Quran, and the meaning of Islam in Islamic theology and in classical Islamic thought is different. So Islam in the Quran is not a name of religion. It's an attitude. We have cosmic Islam, submission to God. We have prophetic and universal Islam. But we have the Islam of the community that the Prophet Muhammad founded. But also many other words like war, the meaning of war. Pre-modern war and modern war, technically, even on the technological level, are totally different. The meaning of state. So we are using the same terms, but with radically different meaning. The second element is the impact of political history on religious thought. For instance, the Islamic sciences were born in the context of empires, of power, of expansion. So even Islamic theology was part of this world. But now we have this nostalgic desire of imperialism without empire. We have traces of imperialism in our thought. How our new theology can be really free from the past imperialism and to be really humane and this radical revision. Another point, the textual hierarchy and Quranic theory. And here we have this verse that I quote. The Quran itself mentions that there are two categories of verses. Some are muhkam, other are mutashabih. And there is big debate about the meaning of muhkam and mutashabih. We have a classical definition that the muhkam is the explicit, the clear verses, and with one meaning, one possible meaning, and al-mutashabih is rather the ambiguous or with more than one meaning. This definition is problematic today because it's dogmatized some practices and the priority of the juridical on theology. I propose another definition that al-muhkam is the reference, the muhkam verses are the hermeneutical principles, definitions, and criteria. They are, in other terms, the Quranic theory, Kitab, the mother or the foundation of the book. The mutashabih verses are the contingent and historical applications of the values and principles. Separating them from solid criteria can create confusion and chaos. So in the sense that sometimes we need to invent new forms of expression, new historical forms to be faithful to the original values, because the historical form, the past forms, are not, able today to transmit the same message, to be aware about the change. And the Quranic theory, I mean, this muhkam is the Quranic theory, our understanding as believers, what is the most universal beyond the historical context that can guide us today, which is the Quranic theory, and we can add also the Quranic narratives, reconsidering the Quranic narratives as a source of theology, in a kind of narrative theology. Because, for instance, anthropology, spiritual anthropology, is quite totally absent in classical Islamic theology, in Kalam. As I said, we have divinity, prophecy, eschatology, imamology, but we have not anthropology. We can find many elements dispersed in many chapters, but we cannot find a concept or a chapter dedicated totally to anthropology. Today we have new anthropological question, and all the new theologies of the 20th and 21st century interreligious, I would say, theologies, are very interested. Anthropology is at the center of the theological discourse. So in this case, all the story of the creation. The two sons of Adam, for instance, the Quranic anthropology is mainly narrative. For that, reconsidering Quranic narratives as a source of theology is more dynamic, is more symbolic, is more imaginal, and this is a very important element to produce more, a tool of humanization. Theology, religion should rediscover its original mission, original function in history, in life, is transforming people to help the human being to be more human and more divine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Federico, I take over now. It's okay? So I think we open now the general discussion. So because we can, we can always address questions or comments to the speakers. Of course, I would ask first if among the speakers, is there a reaction that you would like to give to one another? Okay, no? All right, very good. Okay, let's then look at the overall picture. We have three very important, very relevant, very significant presentations. The issues are on the table, from localism, narrative, to, the humanist issue, slavery, the reaction, how theological arguments can be embedded on social issues, and those crucial aspects of an authentic theological hermeneutics that leads to transformation, that is focused on the issue of transformation, humanization, and as you said, divinization as well. So I think we cover an immense universe of signification, and certainly there are many issues to be discussed, to be clarified, or to be commented upon. So please, whoever would like to raise a question, make a comment. Rabbi, please, Rav Levi.
One note and one question. The note is about Halakha and Haggadah, and I wanted to clarify, as far as I know, about Halakha and Haggadah in Rav Kook's view. I mentioned yesterday that he is sort of criticizing the rabbinical tradition itself, which was not at his time, no, beginning of the 20th century, of not being able to vivify the halachic tradition by the Haggadic aspects. We see them in a way like Bialik connected between themselves, but one is helping the other. But in his case, it's more interesting and complicating because he calls it not willing to vivify the halachic tradition by the prophet's call. So he calls Haggadah as a text which are representing an echo from the prophetic period. So it's even stronger than one could think. So it deals with the pre-halachic period and the prophetic mind which Israel had in the past. That's a note. And I have a question about slavery. If you can explain better what are the techniques used to introduce consciousness about the slavery as a negative thing. You mentioned about analogy between God and man, but I wonder if you have more technical, so to say, examples, because we have the same tendency in the rabbinical tradition of first, second century concerning slavery, not a direct, because it's mentioned in the Bible or in Leviticus, and it's not clearly mentioned that it's not, so it's sort of legitimate in a way, claiming though that even women's slavery is even worse than man's slavery. So the legal aspects, concerning liberating women are much more liberal than for men. But it also says in this second, third century that due, thanks to the idea that you shouldn't you should want better things for your neighbor or for your brother as for yourself. So the Talmud says, for example, if you are not a too rich patron and you have only a few pillows at home, but you do have the slave, your own pillow, if you have only one, you should first give it to the slave and you arrange whatever you want. But to the slave you need to give conditions very clear, human conditions very clear. And on this note, Rashi, a commentator from the 11th century, citing the Talmud, says, well, this is to teach us that whoever wants to be a patron of a slave becomes himself a slave of somebody else, which is a great teaching. So there are voices of tendencies against slavery, even though they are not clearly, halachically determined that is not possible. And on basis of that, of course, in modernity, also in Judaism, slavery is sort of put away. I wonder if there are also examples like that. I mean, dealing it from day to day, experience, claiming in a way that this is not a good practice.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. This is very important. Of course, there would be many elements. I study Gregory of Nyssa has powerful theological arguments, and then he also has, as I mentioned, a lot of practical examples under his, before his eyes, and of both poverty and slavery. Then there is a lot of other, there are lots of other elements, from the practice of renouncing keeping slaves by many ascetics. This is what I also try to argue in a book that was mentioned, of social justice and the legitimacy of slavery. That was in late antiquity. There are also not only great bishops like Gregory who uses these very strong theological arguments, but then also in his homilies addresses really the people of his congregation, of his bishopric, and is trying to to persuade them to liberate all the slaves if possible, or at least most of them. So even though of course he cannot be taken as a supporter at that time of the renunciation of slavery to Kur, but still for him, if one is a Christian, one should not own any slave, because basically because of the theology of the image. He has very strong arguments even in his preaching based on the theology of the image. He say he's very big rhetoric also. He was a master of rhetoric also before, and then he puts a lot of rhetoric also in his homilies, but also in his theological works in Contronomium, etc. So he has the phrase which is from the Bible. I have both male and female slaves, paidisca, etc. And then he says, well, by which what's the amount of money that you paid for that? Because that would be the amount of money for the image of God. So there is no price for any image of God. So this is one of the ways. Of course, there are many other more theoretical points he makes, but this is in a homily, and so he says very straightforwardly, you cannot buy anybody, because any human being, every human being, has no price at all, because each of us is in the man or woman, of course, is in the image of God, and so God has no price, and all humans have no price. And even he's very strong also in his words, because he continues and goes on and say, if you are persuaded that we can be bought by any price, then this is a thought that comes from the devil, because we cannot really think anything of that. And then, of course, he has also a Christological argument, clearly, as a bishop, of course, and he's saying, of course, that Christ died for us. And so this is a further huge argument, and say there can be no price for anybody of us, because God created us, we are in the image of God, and Christ died for each of us. And he's speaking of all humanity. So he's, of course, he's a great supporter of apokatastasis. After Origen, he's a great follower of Origen. And so he's really speaking of every human being. And so this is one very big argument, but then it's embedded also in his preaching and very direct dealing, even though clearly not everybody in the congregation was a theologian, not everybody was a great knower of the Bible in itself. Of course, at that time it was not even written in every house, but still he was using a lot both theological arguments and also this argument. Then there are many other examples. I was saying it's not just Gregory, of course. Then there's all. May I go on 1 minute? 2 minutes. 1 minute, just to remember one of the many other, sources that we have really from the documents, and it's about the Council of Gangra, and it's about Eustachius of Sebastian. It's very interesting. The Cappadocian knew him very well, and actually Basil was also inspired by him a lot. And this thinker actually put forward the practice that was not welcome at all in the economical or the social, in the society of that day, because he was saying that whoever entered a monastery, because he was very much involved with the creation of monasteries and so the furthering of the monastic movement. So whoever entered a monastery, and if he was a slave, if he or she was a slave, then they are freed ipso facto. So even if the owner was not in agreement. Of course, this was a practice that then was forwarded and was taken over by several monasteries. But then the church itself, in this case, it was the Church of the State, and in that case, the Council of Gangra was very much, but it was not representative of all, for instance, not of Gregory, of course, or not of all people, but of course, from the side, of course, of the state, of the Roman state, this was something that was very difficult, because of course many owners were protesting and say, well, this is my slave, so even if he enters a monastery, he cannot even, because he must stay here and serve me. And so this is what the Council of Gangra then put forward and say, no, this is not actually something that is permitted by the law of state, etc. So there was a lot of debate about that. But there were some monasteries which were going on without, without the practices that Gangra or the council put forward. So it was there was a lot of debate, and also many couples that when they became ascetic, they liberated all slaves, and they by their own choice. When after they had this choice, so it's very, very interesting. There's plenty of of evidence. I mean,
Wonderful. Thank you, Bill.
I'm sorry for taking the word again, but let me just expand a little bit on the question that I put earlier to Leora. My question is about history and novelty in what we might call the hermeneutics of reform. Each of you have proposed reforms of different types, a kind of intellectual reformulation of our understanding of the relationship of halakha and agada. We've heard proposals about ordination of women, and of course a reflection on the change to our modern condemnation of slavery. And Adnan, you've given us several potential proposals, but the last one was about developing the concept of anthropology as a form or category of Quranic interpretation. I'm put in mind of a book not too long ago by Anthony Appiah. I think it was called The Honor Code, in which he reflects on the processes that are involved in shifts and reforms or even revolutions to practices that used to be widely accepted. He writes about foot binding, he writes about dueling, he writes about slavery as well, and he reflects on how these practices that were once accepted came to be condemned, and even a consensus emerged. One of the points that it's important for him to make is that this process could only come about because there had already been, at earlier points in the tradition, voices of critique and criticism. So the condemnation of these practices didn't come from out of nowhere. It could only draw on the fact that even in Aristotle's time there were critics of slavery. So my question to you is it necessary, in your understanding of how your respective traditions work, that we have to have these earlier criticisms or alternative voices that we can appeal to in our arguments today about reforms that we think could be made? Or is it possible that, let's say, for example, that we were trying to accept perhaps the notion that artificial life forms could share in the dignity that our traditions have heretofore extended only to humans, and not in many cases to other species. That would be a pretty new kind of proposition for those traditions. Would something like that be possible, or do there have to be antecedents, historical voices, even if they're alternative voices, that are necessary in order to enable us to articulate and render effective proposals for reform today? I know that's a kind of abstract question, but perhaps it prompts some reflections on your part. Thank you.
Okay, I think the question is issued to all. Maybe we can start the order we spoke before. So, Leora, please.
So I think there does have to be something in the tradition. It doesn't have to be the exact thing. Obviously, there's not going to be something in the tradition that says, and when we come to a time when there are artificial forms. But I think the argument does have to be tied to something within the tradition that makes it possible. I mean, so I think it's important to remember that reforms are different from revolutions, in that reforms are ultimately conservative, in the sense that they want to conserve the tradition. And so I think that this conserving part, whether one wants, if it gets beyond these kind of labels of right and left in this way, do have to come within. Otherwise, you've got a revolution and you do have something new.
Well, maybe my question is about revolutions then, and can there be?
I personally think that revolutions are very dangerous, and I think that part of what's valuable about being seeing oneself and one's community tied to traditions is that there are these prudential measures. So I do think traditions are by definition prudential. I remember, I guess it was just this morning, it seems like a long time ago, but excuse me, this from the beginning of Pirkei Avot, the sayings of the Father, be patient with justice. I think that, there's always a tension between patience and wanting things to really change, but I think that patience is also necessary.
I do think Appia, in his own book, may have formulated this in terms of moral revolutions, now that you mention it.
He thinks there are moral revolutions.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, again, I think if it's really a revolution, it's really, it seems to me it's something entirely different. It raises the question of whether, in a way, revolutions are really ultimately revolutions. I think someone mentioned Gadamer earlier today, and I tend to be very, I think Gadamer's right about these things, which is just that we don't actually have genuinely new things. But I do think things are always changing as well at the same time in that sense. But if a real moral revolution, I think, would be to, I think the question, I guess, that we're going to come back to, I think, in the next panel about anthropocentrism, I think that's a really interesting issue, because I do think potentially, this is just my opinion, I do think if the Abrahamic traditions move beyond a certain type of anthropocentrism, I think that would be revolutionary, and in my opinion, not in a good way. Meaning I think that there are obviously very bad forms of anthropocentrism, for sure, and very damaging to environment. But to say that human beings don't have a special status, to me, that would be revolutionary in such a way that I don't think it would be continuous.
Yeah.
But I think it also might be an incoherent position, but I won't say more.
No, thank you for that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Too much, I said. Yes.
You want to say it now? Yeah.
No, I have a question, if I may.
Oh, but I think
No, let you go through and then we come back to you. Elena, please. Okay.
I think it works. So thank you very much. I think, of course, from our perspective, each one has to speak, of course, from one's own perspective. I think that, of course, we have. It's okay. It's always like. Just here. From our perspective, thanks a lot. We have, of course, scripture and tradition. Of course, it's not sola scriptura, at least for us, and tradition. But from the point of view of the two problems I discussed, for instance, there's no problem. There's a lot of things in scripture and in tradition, meaning the patristic tradition. So there's, in scripture. Let us say from the issue of women, for instance, we have Thebe Diakonos in the Church of Sancre, then we have Junia with Andronicus, they were epistemoi and tois apostolos. This is Paul saying that, this is real Paul. Then even, of course, we could stay here forever, there are lots of hermeneutical points about that, but even in the so-called pastorals, which are considered today pseudo-Paul but even there in the description of the presbyteroi and then there are diacono and presbytera, and then even the interpreters in the patristic time, and I'm speaking of Origen and Gregory, and have all the texts, and we can go through them. They are interpreting this text as Paul. Of course, they thought that this is Paul. Clearly, they didn't have the Paul, Deuter, Paul, pseudo, it's Paul, and they say that clearly Paul was speaking of both women and of both men first and women after as diaconoi and presbyteroi in the directions that the pastorals are giving about the characteristics of these figures with authority in the church at that time, of course, at the very beginning. Even already the interpretation is different. Of course, there are some who take one interpretation, but even very authoritative and very, very learned and intelligent church fathers who are interpreting in the other way already at that time, which was again not a feministic time in any way at all. So so again we have scripture and tradition, and then again yes, in the tradition we do have yes, I mentioned we have this passage that I quoted from Agatha. We have a lot of passage about the creation of man and women. I say, well, if I quoted him, if Adam had needed a person, an intelligent person who could discuss with him, God would have given him another man. Well, this comes from his time, of course, but there were people already at that time who were thinking in a bit of a different way, even if they were men, they were bishops, etc. But they were, well, of course, Gregorian Nazianzen had Theosebia, who wasn't ordained, and he says that not only she's holy, but she is the colleague and sudzygos of a bishop, of an what he says of a bishop and priest, because he's using the same word that was used for both in Greek, and he has it. He was not mistaken because he has it in two places. So in two of the great. Praises the wonderful that he has for the whole family of the Cappadocians. He was a great admirer of all the children of Emilia, of Saint Emilia, and all the Cappadocians. And he's especially praising Theosebia. Whereas Macrina, of course, Macrina was not ordained. Macrina was an abbess, actually, an abbess of great monastery, but. She was, held up a lot by Gregory, so the brother, and he does represent her as sacrificing herself, so there's a lot of interpretation about that. But still, factually speaking, she was an abbess. She was not ordained. There was Lampadion, who was a deacon in her church, and she was ordained. And then we had also Olympia, of course, a great friend of John Chrysostom. She was ordained, and we have here the text with Keirotone. She was a Keirotonese auten, so it's the same rite of ordination that was for men. And she was in Constantinople, so she was not a Montanist, she was not a Gnostic or something. We have the text. Then we have lots of evidence, epigraphically. So I can stop. There's a lot. We can discuss.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elena.
Okay.
Would you like to answer the question? So briefly, then we have two more questions, maybe three. We put them together. So now the answer, and then.
Yeah, very briefly about anthropology. Muhammad Arkoun, as a Muslim thinker, said that some questions are unthinkable or were unthinkable for the past generations. For instance, the question of anthropology, of the human being. We have modern challenges, modern questions, even can be proposed in radically different way, like the question of freedom. The meaning of freedom today is different from the meaning of freedom, or the priority of freedom, the centrality of freedom in the hierarchy of values in the past. Usually, when I speak of Islamic theology, I don't mean only the classical Islamic theology called Kalam, with the traditional schools like Mu'tazilism and Ash'arism, but I consider mystical theology. Because in classical theology, we have this theocentric approach to theology with a certain ontological dualism. But in mystical theology, we have the theology of immanence, of the divine presence, which is very important. And the divine is present in the human being, in the cosmos, and also in this context, even Quranic Christology is a very important source for spiritual anthropology, as the connection between the divine and the human. And in this way, as Ilaria said, the ecological dimension of this cosmic Christ, like we discussed that yesterday, this divine presence, the immanence of God, the unity in God, it's key concepts in Sufism, and that influences also our idea of revelation, the theology of revelation, because usually we say it's human or divine. we see humanity as the opposite or the other than divine. But the divine is present in the human, so the revelation is also human in this sense. And how to say, what is authentically human is divine.
All right, let's have the question, and then it's it. We need to finish in a very. So let's be brief. Please.
Yes, I would have a question for each speaker, and thank you very much, Professor Magnitsky, for your talk. I only asked two questions. The first related to the sentence of Robert Cover. No set of legal institution or prescription exists apart from narratives that locate it and gave it meaning. For every constitution there is an epic, for each decalogue a script. So could we understand this sentence like Haggadah, if I understand well, as a kind of founding myth of the legislation? So because I see also the word epic, and a Muslim philosopher I study, Al-Farabi, in his book Commentary to the Metaphysics, states that the very first founder of the communities were the poets, because they know the language of the people. So I don't know if we, in this reading as a founding myth, could be, I don't remember the age of which time Roger Cover lived. So maybe. So. The second question is, custom doesn't have the status of law. What do you mean exactly? Because when I read about custom, I read as a reader of Leo Strauss. I know that Leo Strauss put in the same box custom, tradition, and laws as nomoi. Beyond them, they are nature. So this is.
Okay.
Could I give?
I think we must stop there.
We can
so maybe you can have a quick answer, please, and then we
Sure.
have.
So a quick answer to the first question with Robert Cover, yes, definitely could be myth. Absolutely a founding myth. And second of all, I think custom, Strauss's view of nomoi in this sense as being far more broad than, say, legislation, I think is very much the point here. And the way in which in the modern legal theory and development of modern legal thought, law becomes something that's very narrow, that it never was historically.
Okay. Well, great, thank you. Karim, brief, please.
Very fine presentations by three scholars. The question arises about the very nature of the scripture, revelatory text. Is there an advance or an evolution? I'm thinking about the thesis of Wilford Cantwell Smith in his seminal book on scripture, in which he concentrates on the Quran, in a sense, because of its being an apotheosis and a completion of the Old Testament and then the New Testament in its approach to the text and the language, because it is transformative and revelatory. And the revelatory impact is not a dead letter, it's still alive. The famous story about Ja'far as-Sadiq auditing a professional reciter in the mosque, and the verse comes, and he faints. And the people come to his aid and say, "Are you okay?" He said, "I did not cease to recite this verse until the angel of revelation came down and gave it to me." As if he had been a prophetic recipient of that disclosure. That's a powerful experience. I think that's what you were hinting at when you said about the mystical or transformative aspect. And there are aspects of the other texts which have a certain quality. One thinks of the Psalms and certain passages of the prophets. And of course, I'm not familiar with patristics, but I assume that there are moments in which something comes through beyond simply a homily or an advice. And then the Quran also has a Haggadic and halakhic element combined. They're not separated. It's hard to separate from them. So there is an idea that the Quran is a continuing revelation, and it's not a completed text, but that it's up to the individual to complete it in his engagement with the text. And I found that aspect of your remarks very tantalizing. But this would be a topic for a future discussion. Thank you very much, all three of you, for your illuminating comments.
Absolutely. So thank you very much. I think we are very grateful for the three contributions, for the comments, for the questions, for the co-moderation. And now we have a break of, I'll suggest 15 minutes, otherwise everything delays too much. So in 15 minutes, please come back for the last session of this afternoon. Once again, so thank you, and an applause to all the contributors.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us this evening for the final panel discussion of this conference on the hermeneutics of change in the Abrahamic traditions. My name is Adina Balan, and I will be moderating this 2-hour session. I am a Roman Catholic religious sister. I belong to the Congregatio Jesu. It's a congregation founded 400 years ago. I'm a PhD student at the University of Bucharest, and now I live in Rome, and I am the coordinator of the European Network Against Human Trafficking, Talitacum. Before we delve into the panel, let me provide a brief introduction of our guests and to set the context of our discussion. Mr. Mohamed Hassas is a lecturer in the Department of Political Science at Louis University of Rome. He is also a research fellow affiliate to Leibniz Centrum Moderner Orient in Berlin, and his research areas are the modern intellectual history of the Arab Islamic world, philosophy and theology in the Arab world, and European Islamic thought. He frequently writes essays in Arabic and English on philosophy, theology, and society in the Arab world and Western Europe. He has written several publications. I only mention 2: Pluralism in Islamic Context, Ethics, Politics, and Modern Challenges, and The Idea of European Islam, Religion, Ethics, Politics, and Perpetual Modernity. This evening, he will talk to us about the contemporary Islamic thought and the question of reforms. Welcome, Mr. Hassas. David Meyer is a French and Israeli rabbi and is currently a professor of classical rabbinic literature and contemporary Jewish thought at the Cardinal Bea Center for Judaic Studies of the Gregorian Pontifical University in Rome. He has published numerous books in French and English on rabbinic and interreligious topics. I mention American Shuttle, the making of Kiryas Yoel, a Hasidic village in upstate New York, and The Stakes of History, on the use and abuse of Jewish history for life. Rabbi Meir has taught in various countries, from Belgium to Peru, and from China to Italy. This evening, he will talk to us about engaging the notion of tikkun in attempting to rescue Judaism from demographic, existential decline, and theological abyss. Welcome, Rabbi Meir. And the last speaker is born in Lyon, France, Laurent Bassanese, an official of the Holy See's Dicastery for Interreligious Dialogue, professor now at the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, and a member of the scientific community of Pluriel. Father Bassanese joined the Jesuits in 1997 and holds a doctorate in Arabic and Islamic Studies from the Pontifical Institute for Arabic Studies and Islamology in Rome, and a doctorate in the Sciences of Religions and Systems of Thought from the School of Practical Advanced Studies in Paris. He founded and directed the Center for Interreligious Studies at the Pontifical Gregorian University and relaunched the Interreligious and Intercultural Investigation series. Father Laurent is the author of several publications, and I only mention here Fratelli Tutti, The Dream of God for a More Human World, and The Love of God Within the Limits of Simple Reason, Faith and Reason in the Thought of Ibn Taymiyyah in the Light of the Spiritual Theology of Elijah of Nisibeh. This evening, he will talk about the challenge of fraternity, the imagination and construction of another possible world. Welcome, Father Laurent. As you see, our panelists this evening bring a wealth of knowledge and experience from their respective fields, including theology, philosophy, comparative religion, and social sciences. By the end of this session, we will gain a deeper understanding of the hermeneutics of change in the Abrahamic traditions and its implications for our contemporary world. We aim to foster an environment of respectful dialogue and intellectual exchange where diverse points of view can be shared and explored. At the end of all presentations, we shall give time for remarks, questions, and answers. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to all panelists and attendees for being part of this important conversation. I would like now to invite Mr. Mohamed Hassas. Mr. Mohamed, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. I've enjoyed the conversations. Excuse me, my voice today is not at its optimal version, but I'll try. My discipline is modern and contemporary Arab Islamic thought, including the productions in Western Europe, or what is being referred to as European Islam or European Islamic thought now, which is in emergence. Let me start sometime with a few basic things. Having stated the discipline from which I speak, I need also to mention maybe the disciplines from which I will not be speaking, but in any way, what I will be expressing intertwines with what is not focalized here. I think we can speak at least about 7 versions of Islamic thought: theological Islam, philosophic Islam. They intertwine. Jurisprudential or legal Islam, Sufi Islam, state or established Islam, and political Islam, or in the sense of political movements Islam, besides anthropological or lived Islam. And we can add to this an 8th Islam, which is, I refer to it as othered Islam, in the sense that it is an Islam that is in the imaginary, in the perception, in the productions of non-Muslims. Speaking here about the Western sphere, how Islam has been viewed throughout the centuries until now. So just this, what I have thought of sharing today is a work in progress. I have been mapping contemporary Islamic thought produced from contemporaries a bit larger from the 60s. And so far I have categorized it into, categorizations are always dangerous, into three broad categories: idealists, the realists, and rational idealists. I will explain these through 3 other concepts. The prompt asked us to reflect on certain concepts. And these concepts through which I will be talking about these types of Islams are Sharia and sovereignty, or what I'll be referring to as thick, thin Sharia, morality and ethics, spirituality and spiritualism. And hopefully, if time allows, we'll refer to their manifestations. But before doing that, there is genealogy. This categorization does not come from nowhere. And one of the classic texts, I think, in the study of Islamic ethics, which is another field that is in emergence, is George Horani's book of 1985, Reason and Tradition in Islamic tradition, 1985. And here he speaks of five categories, just so that I can reach my points, the contemporary period. These categories or classical Islamic intellectual trends are the one trend that in which a revelation is considered is complemented by independent reason. The second is revelation is complemented by dependent reason. So there is the use of reason, but it has limitations. Then there is the more literalist, which believes that revelation alone is sovereign and has answers. And the fourth is more the Shia tradition, is revelation is extended by imams. I mean, the infallible imams in different Shia traditions can interpret a revelation. They are infallible interpretations. And the fifth is the Islam of the trend of the philosophers, in which philosophers and rational theologians that Adnan Mokrani before referred to, the Mu'tazilites. Of course, there are early and later Mu'tazilites. In here, reason is prior to or is supported by revelation. So these rationalists, the rationalists, the theologians and philosophers, gave priority to reason, and through which we can know the right and the wrong. And revelation, and this rational understanding of human capacity does not contradict with revelation. And if there is contradiction, then there is maybe something wrong in the interpretation. So that's how, in brief, they summarized, or George Horani summarized these categories. And then, making a note, he says, he was speaking as non-Muslim, he says, if I were Muslim, I would start from where the rationalists, in the sense of the Mu'tazilites, stopped, in the sense of upholding a rational understanding of revelation. And if, for those not familiar with the Islamic tradition, there was a period in which kind of 13 to 14 years, more or less, 833 to 845, this rationalist interpretation of Islam was adopted and enforced from the Caliph. But then immediately the issue was went back to the more what has become the Orthodox, the Ash'arite interpretation. Details aside, I do think that these categories could be merged, and we can use these modern terms that I have used: the idealist, the rationalist, and the rational idealists. And by some chance, I have used Abdurrahman, a Moroccan philosopher, and by some chance, another Syrian-American intellectual, Lu'ay Safi, has written or wrote in 2020 an interesting book in which he uses these terms. So this is in general the background from which I start. So who are the idealists? The idealists are traditionalists, literalists, or quasi-literalists. They cannot be put all in the same basket. According to them, the tradition has answers. The past is ideal. In the formative past, the ideal and real matched. The ideal was realized, and the real corresponded to the ideal in especially the prophetic period. This ideal can be revived. The past is the future, not metaphorically but literally so. And some have integrated some juridical human achievements of modernity, like the abolishment of slavery or the place of Jews and Christians in the political polis. But still they are considered literalists. But they are literalists when it comes to family issues, marriage and divorce. As to the political regime, there are differences among these literalists, from conservative, more open, to ultra-conservative and more rigid interpretations. That is, literalists consider Sharia a legal tradition, an important tradition that has to live and is able to live and guide the future. And these are the ones I will be referring to as having a thick interpretation of Sharia, in the sense that Sharia is not only about, as some liberals try to look at it, as a moral paradigm, but no, Sharia should govern all human life. As to the realists, they are rationalists, modernists, secular, liberal. Secular in the sense of also metaphysically, not only politically, as separation of powers. For the realists, the humanization of revelation and the divine, anthropomorphism, the historicization of its teachings, and the rationalization of its ethics are the ways for Muslims to go to modernize and overcome their multiple predicaments. For the realists, this reform agenda is more urgent, especially for Muslims in secular liberal contexts. As to the third category, the realist idealists, realist idealists, they are what could be called traditionists, not traditionalists, in the sense of that they stay in touch and they value the tradition. Or we can also maybe call them transcendentalists or metaphysicists. These are often philosophers, theologians. They do believe or consider Islam as a philosophic worldview, a moral worldview that aims to change the individual for better self-management through piety and through communal engagement and applied ethics for social justice. Muslima theology do belong to this category of realist idealists. And they have interpretations about how to interpret the role of women in leading prayers. From 1993 in Cape Town with Amina Wadoud, again 2005, and now there are a few cases in Denmark, in France, in the UK, and the US, and Canada, and Belgium. Not Belgium, Germany. So through these three categories, we can think of the three concepts I have put on the table. I can clarify these three currents or views through three conceptual distinctions: thin and thick Sharia, morality and ethics, spiritualism and spirituality. Thin and thick as concepts in philosophy, they were coined by Bernard Williams, a British philosopher, in Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy. But they have been now used by a few Muslim intellectuals, philosophers, theologians, like the Iranian Abdul Karim Soroush or a Tunisian secularist, Hamadi Redisi. Thin and thick Sharia. Thick Sharia is the entire scope of religious creed, worship, rituals, and laws, whereas thin Sharia refers more to the message's spirit and principles and not to the exact laws prescribed in the context of 7th century Arabia. Otherwise, the realist or liberal Muslim thinkers do think that classical thick Sharia that governed every aspect of private and public life, however secular it was, there is another reading that Islamic law actually was secular, has to turn thin. Secular because the caliph is not a theological position, it's political position. So that by definition makes the Islamic tradition a secular tradition. So a caliph could never issue a fatwa. He can always refer to scholars if he wants. So it's different position from the church or has to turn thin. I mean, the liberals think that this thick interpretation of Sharia has to turn thin, private. As to public affairs, modern rationally based constitutions and institutions do take care of that. But the realist idealists do not agree with the realist here. The realist idealists do agree that Sharia legal aspects have to be contextualized and updated, but they do not think that they should relegate or downgrade to the private sphere, that it should not be relegated or downgraded only to the private sphere. They do think that if Sharia mattered in the past, it did because it managed well, or well enough at least, human affairs for at least millennia, from a moral legal perspective, and not only from pure legal aspects. And there is a huge literature among European Orientalists that have summarized Islam as a religion of law. To exemplify or to give examples from the German Orientalist tradition, Joseph Sachs is the outspoken figure of that. Islam is law. But then you have another German, Franz Rosenthal. He identifies his book, the title, Islam as Knowledge. And then you have readers of Islamic mysticism. So Islam is piety. That's an Shimel, Animari Shimel. And then the new tendency is to see law as Islam as both legal and ethical tradition. Kevin Reinhardt is an example. Oliver Leaman in the United States has written about that recently. And then Wael Halak's book, The Impossible State, has become also kind of another modern classic in which he says that Islamic tradition is mostly about ethics. Now, what about this reading, these categories? What do they say about morality and ethics? The realist idealists are moralists and ethicists. While they do emphasize the moralist message of Islam, since it targets the individual first through the sports of piety for self-purification and moral amelioration, they do also emphasize the applied aspect of this morality through human relations in society. That is, morality makes sense when it turns into ethics, applied ethics. Imprisoning morality at home is a secular narrative that wishes to have no moral rivals in the public sphere. Secularism as a worldview is not only about separating the church or mosque from politics. Rather, it is about dominating the public through secular morality, which is, according to the realists, idealists, relativist, cynical, nihilist morality, besides being so consumerist. What do the realist idealists say then about the third element, spirituality and spiritualism? Following the argumentation above, the realist idealists wish to maintain classical orthopraxy against modern secular private religiosity. Private religiosity can be called spiritualism, while orthodox spirituality, rooted in classical practices of piety and communal engagement, is what genuine spirituality is about. Spiritualism is individualist and claims it knows and reaches the divine, while spirituality is modest in making such a claim and is always in search for ways to be closer to the divine, which it teaches it can never be reached, but can only be closer to, depending on one's piety, self-effacement, and good deeds for the others. Orthodox spirituality is bound by classical Sharia manners, while secular spiritualism is liberal, self-centered, and morally cynical and relativist. Spiritualism does not question modernity and its offspring, capitalism, individualism, consumerism, and centrism. What can change the individual and society for better spirituality is classical orthodox practices of spirituality, mysticism. That is why we are also asked to give where we stand. That is why rational idealists are transcendentalists. Revelation is the compass, the guide for human societies. John Hick and Hussein Nasr, the Iranian-American philosopher, they had a discussion in the 90s, 1994, somewhere in the UK. And they had different views about the future of humanity and why revelation. John Hick had a strong belief in reason. But Hussein Nasr said, no, there should be space given to revelation. He does not trust human reason. I do subscribe to this current, which obviously has strong connections with the Abrahamic faiths, or politics aside, right? Now the challenge is how to overcome the dominant idealist and realist trends. idealist, in the sense of orthodox literalists or quasi-literalists, and realist secular trends. There is a concept I have been using, but it needs exploration, and borrowed from this Moroccan philosopher on which I based this reading, which is a civilization of ethos. He says that the future civilization should be based on this interpretation of what ethics and morality are, and he calls it civilization of ethos. He also theorizes the notion of trusteeship. So he develops his philosophy from Quranic terminology, that human beings as trustees, earth and the universe at large is a trustee, and they should take care of it responsibly, and they should do that with all human beings of good. Of course, here, like Saint Nasr, sorry, he underlines the Abrahamic traditions. There is a new book that is just out, in which he goes to Greek philosophy and the relation of rationalist Greeks with the Middle East, with Egypt and the Persian world. I think, not to anticipate too much, but I think he tries to link reason again to the idea of prophecy. This said, the other element that I can end with, at the end I did not take my time, so...
Yes, 4 minutes.
Okay. Where do Islamic seminaries stand regarding these readings? First, these readings are produced, the realist idealists, are produced by secular intellectuals, scholars who are trained in secular modern universities, or they had very few training years in classical seminaries before graduating from modern universities, either in the Arab world or having integrated the social sciences after studies in the West, Western Europe in particular, and also in the US. But the classical seminaries do still lack the integration of the social sciences that these secular intellectuals emphasize for an update of understanding of Islamic theology and the revival of what theology could include. For example, Sari Hanafi, who is a prominent Lebanese sociologist, has spent 5 years doing fieldwork on a Muslim seminary, distinguished prominent seminaries in the Arab world and also Malaysia. And he found out that there is very little teaching or courses on the social sciences in Islamic seminaries. So he writes kind of recommendations and he challenges. He does interviews, he reads the curriculum, and whether social sciences and philosophy are taught, or political sciences as well. Political sciences, not to do politics, but to understand politics, so that the religious figures or imams do not come out and make statements out of context. So that's one of the main elements he tries to underline. I think I'll stop there, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hassas. I now invite Rabbi David Meir to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be part of the discussions earlier today. I was having classes here at the Greg. It's always a little bit risky to somehow arrive without having listened to what was there before. So I hope my words will somehow find some echo with the spirit of the conference today. The focus I'm going to take is very narrow, and this is a sort of a rabbinic reflex, I suppose. I will try to reflect on a very specific existential challenge that Judaism faces, I believe. And I will use, within that narrow context, I will use one particular theological and hermeneutical rabbinic angle to maybe show how Judaism can grapple with challenges and possibly find some horizons and hopes for the future. Now, this, of course, might be a little bit far away from some of the more universal challenges that were mentioned this morning in the thematic introduction, but I hope that the narrow vision that I will follow will still remain relevant for the overall discussion and maybe enable us to reach some more universal conclusions. So I want to start with a quote that I like very much from someone who is not Jewish, Charles Gingenberg, who was a professor of the history of Christianity at La Sorbonne University in Paris. He died in 1939, but in a book that was published after his death, which I here translate the quote in English, I used it in one of the prompts, "The eternal illusions of religion that constantly evolve while always persuading themselves that they are not changing." Now, this quote, I believe, points towards the function of hermeneutic in navigating changes in a religious context. Because the turn to hermeneutic as a kind of a tool for the illusion somehow must be taken seriously. Now, we can read the quote from Gingenberg in a sort of a ironical way, but the turn to hermeneutics as a tool for the illusion that nothing changes is, I believe, a very profound statement. Because what is at stake is really the capacity of a religious tradition to convince its most faithful believers that the present and the religious answers that we give to the present are really inscribed, in fact, in the past, and that it is a path of total faithfulness to the past. Now, with that in mind, what I would like and try and do is to point to a double existential challenge faced by Judaism today, since the end of the war in particular, and how one Jewish thinker has attempted to create an hermeneutical way to suggest, at least to us, a path to face not the crisis that he's talking about, but any crisis and any changes that would appear in our own time. And that path would be somehow more than just the illusion of immobility, but at the same time being really inserted into the DNA of the rabbinic tradition. And what I have in mind is the demographic and theological agonies, the term is a bit strong, but that's the term I wanted to use, that Judaism is facing today. And let me try first to explain what I have in mind. I'll start with Jewish demography as a challenge of an existential nature. It's very difficult to have a precise figure of Jewish demography. How many Jews are we? And as you can guess very easily, the question is entirely related to the definition of who is a Jew. You change the definition, clearly you change the numbers. But without going into statistics and number, I think it is no secret that the ratio of assimilation, and by that I mean Jews whose children somehow will cease for a reason or another to be Jewish, that ratio is quite problematic and creates an existential challenge that is often termed the vanishing diaspora. Now, I know that this is, of course, not true everywhere. It's not true in every country. It's not true in every community. The state of Israel, of course, is quite different from that point of view. But I think overall, it's a rather undisputable fact. The second component of the current existential problem is more theological, and it is a direct result, to my understanding, of the Shoah, the Holocaust. Now, while we do not have time today to go into the intricacies and the subtlety of post-Shoah theologies, I would like just to read to you a very brief statement by a very well-known rabbi at the time, Richard Rubinstein, who was one of the leading figures in the 60s. It's not so new, but I believe it is still as relevant today as it was when he wrote it the first time. I just read to you a few lines. He said, "I believe the greatest single challenge to modern Judaism arises out of the question of God and the death camps. I am amazed at the silence of contemporary Jewish theologians on this most crucial and agonizing of all Jewish issues. How can Jews believe in an omnipotent, beneficent God after Auschwitz? That's how we start one of the most well-known texts that he has written. Having questioned the possibility of faith or the impossibility of faith in a benevolent or omnipotent God, Rubinstein then adds the following. He said, rejection of the biblical God and the doctrine of the chosen people was a step of extraordinary seriousness for a rabbi and a Jewish theologian. These views understandably elicited the question, and that's where the existential part comes in, the question whether anyone who accepted such views had any reason to remain Jewish. Now, Rubinstein points to a powerful existential theological question. If the God of the Bible is not something that many Jews believe in, why remain Jewish? And here we see that the theology becomes existential. Now, in an even bolder affirmation, Rubinstein claims that the two existential challenges that I mentioned have a deep relationship between them, demography and theology. And he writes, as the last text I want to read from, he said, the choice of assimilation being taken by an unprecedented number of young Jews whose children and grandchildren are raised as Christian, well, this is not the context in which to discuss the widespread phenomenon of intermarriage, for example, among contemporary Jews. That phenomenon must be seen as a powerful response to the Holocaust on the part of those Jews who have asked themselves the questions concerning the morality of exposing distant descendants to anti-Semitic indignities by bringing children up as Jews. So those are the two existential questions that I have in my mind. And I think now that we've captured the double challenge, I want to turn to one particular thinker, which is Emil Fackenheim, who died in 2003. He was, again, one of the most important post-Shoah theologians of the 20th century. And I will try to briefly sum up one particular aspect of his thought, and from there I will try to extrapolate as to how this can have a real and important applications in our own existential and hermeneutical struggle today. And in doing so, my belief is that the narrow approach of Fackenheim provides a very useful framework from which wider considerations can be reached. Now, Fackenheim relies on a notion which is called the tikkun, which means the mending. And he relies on that notion to ascertain how Judaism, in very specific historical moment, has found a way out of tragedy and out of existential threat. Now, the tikkun is not just a Kabbalistic concept that is indeed overpopularized. It is a term that appears in the rabbinic literature on few occasions, and it points to the ability that we have to correct a situation, so to mend a situation, by taking decisions and actions that in themselves might be highly questionable, but we do so in order to enable the world and the Jewish community to function without collapsing. Now, our journey, briefly with Fackenheim and with the Tikkun, will take us from the temple destruction to the Shoah and then to our own days. So 3 moments. The first moment in the thought of Fackenheim, it refers to the existential crisis of the destruction of the temple, as echoed at least in the Book of Lamentation. Interestingly, he quotes the last verse of chapter 5 of the Book of Lamentation, which I want to read to you. It says, "For truly you have rejected us, bitterly raged against us." Now, this verse points to an existential crisis of a God that has turned into an enemy, turning against his people, destroying the very idea of the covenant, and consequently threatening the existence of the people. Now, faced with that existential challenge at that time, it is towards the liturgy, as created by the rabbi throughout the ages, that Fackenheim turns in order to find amending and to overcome that existential challenge at the time. He argues that with the passing of time, there were two liturgical realities that took place. The first one was a kind of a rupture within the rupture, and the other one was a proper mending. The first one is that in the traditional text here, or in many editions of it, what you find is that after verse 22, verse 21 is repeated, and this is indeed how you read it in public. So after having talked about the God who has turned against an enemy, you then read verse 21 that comes after verse 22. Take us back, O Lord, to yourself, and let us come back, renew our days as of old. I think everything somehow was corrected and mended. Now, that in itself is a rupture within a rupture, because there is the rupture of the content of verse 22, and there is the rupture of the book of Lamentation, because somehow after verse 22 you reinsert verse 21. So you're kind of playing with the canon in a way here. And then he argues, he said it took longer time, but towards the 11th century there was a new ritual that was established, which was called the Tikkun Chatzot, the midnight mending, which was a moment in the middle of the night when, as God, we are told, is weeping for the destruction and the exile, we Jews wake up in the middle of the night to weep with him. And as Fackenheim writes, a mending takes place because the broken covenant is somehow repaired by the creation of a covenant of the weeping. God weeping, and we meet in a new sort of renewed covenant. And that is what, at the time, for him, enabled Judaism to survive. That's the first moment. The second moment, we move with Fackenheim to the time of the Shoah and the Holocaust, and the new destruction and the new existential threat that the Jewish people was facing. Now, no doubt, this is an unprecedented threat. It's a new and unprecedented level of rupture. Now, faced with that new rupture, Fackenheim argues that a new mending is necessary. But he argues that the new mending would only be possible if a different kind of rupture within the tradition could be envisaged and recognized. In other words, what he says is that the old mending, which was, as we said, weeping, waking up at midnight, prayer, study, that normally ensured the survival of Israel, was now ineffective. Jews, if they wanted to survive and to overcome this new existential threat, needed to place themselves in rupture with the tradition and invent a new way to ensure that something of the people would survive. Now that, in the thought of Fackenheim, took the shape of the suspension of the traditional attitudes towards faith, study, prayer, commandments, and its temporary replacement by the notion of the commandment to survive that is very well known with the thought of Fackenheim. Survive by all means, by your own means, whatever the cost. In other words, not to rely on the traditional formula of faith and piousness to ensure mending, but to rupture that tradition to be able to create a new mending. Now, for Fackenheim, the new mending, he names it, is for him the state of Israel. He said the place of Jewish survival that does not rely on the ancient formula of faith and piousness to ensure the continuation of the Jewish people. But critically, and this is why I'm quoting all this, and in particular in light of our topic of this panel today, what is essential to understand is the dynamic of the thought of Fackenheim. Why the rupture here and now, and he's talking here about the Holocaust and the immediate aftermath. Why is that legitimate? Because there was already a rupture and a mending there and then in the case of Lamentation and the destruction of the temple. So the sequence rupture and mending is legitimized here and now because it already existed in the past there and there. And as such, the sequence of rupture and mending, as an hermeneutic of change, if you want, becomes in itself part of the tradition. And while enacting in such a way, a Jew today puts himself in rupture with the tradition, in so doing, he also remains within the framework of an established dynamic within the tradition. Now, in the last moment of his thought, in just a few short paragraphs, Falkenhayn reintroduces the same dynamics of rupture and mending in front of our own here and now at the time of the writing of the books in the early 80s. He calls the reader to be inspired by the audacity of the rupture-mending dynamic of the past to face the existential crisis of our own time. Now, Falkenhayn doesn't say really what he has in mind, except maybe for the heading of one title, which is called Who is a Jew? And I would like to suggest, as we face the existential challenge of our own days, and in particular the demographic challenge that I mentioned earlier, that maybe, if we follow Falkenhayn's thought, it can pave the way for a new rupture and a new mending. Now, what would that entail, and what would be the new hermeneutics of change involve? Well, it would mean to accept a rupture with, for example, the definition of who is a Jew, or even, because that was relevant to Falkenhayn, the conditions of becoming a Jew. So that from a demographic perspective, the dwindling of the Jewish community could somehow be not necessarily stopped, but at least be under control. While normally who is a Jew is often answered, and rightly so, as a Jew is a child born of a Jewish mother, a proposed ruptured definition could be, and has been set forward by many rabbinic authorities, mostly of course in the non-Orthodox world, clearly, would be to say, well, what about a Jew who is born of a Jewish parent, and not just mother? And that, of course, would quite effectively bring Jewish demography outside of the danger zone of the vanishing diaspora. Now, if we follow Falkenhayn, this rupture could not only be and bring a mending, a tikkun, in front of an existential threat, but that rupture can itself become mended. And in that, Falkenhayn points out, in a very important phrase, he says, the mending is also a recovery. It's not just a reparation, it's also a recovery in the sense of recuperation from an illness. That is a key phrase that implies a time-bound understanding of that notion of rupture in order to lead to a mending. In other words, the hermeneutical suggestion would be that if a change of the definition of who is a Jew could be thought of as a rupture with tradition, but a rupture that could mend Judaism in front of an existential challenge, this rupture will itself be mended because it will be limited in time, so that once outside of that danger zone that I talk about, Judaism would recover its traditional halachic definition and recuperate its traditional identity. Now, this recovery would certainly be an essential part of the process of an hermeneutic of change, since, and I'd like to quote Jean Améry, who was a Jewish Austrian philosopher who survived Auschwitz but who committed suicide in 1978. He once wrote, "No one can become what he cannot find in his own memories." Now this, I believe, is not just true for a person, but also maybe for a religion. Hence, an hermeneutic of change must at some stage permit the restoration of the recovery of a tradition that is rooted in the memory of that very tradition. So there's a fascinating dynamics here. Now that will lead me to conclude in just a few minutes. In attempting to widen the scope of the analysis I try to explicit. And I just want to point literally in 2 minutes to 3 elements. The first one is the hermeneutic of change, through the understanding of Falkenhayn, can be thought of, and maybe must be thought of, as a time-bound question. The radicality of the change, somehow, that must and might be required at time, can maybe be tempered by the introduction of a time limitation. And I think this can be very helpful. The more drastic the existential challenge, the more radical the change required might be, but this can be tempered by a time-bound restriction applied to the change. Point 2, the relationship between hermeneutics and illusion that I referred to at the beginning of my talk must, I think, be taken very seriously. It is the effect of the illusion that enables a religious community to maintain some sort of belonging and to avoid internal schism when changes appear to be needed. Sophisticated hermeneutical tools used with subtlety, maybe as Fackenheim did, must be thought as an expression of a memory that connects the generation despite the evidence of objective changes and evolutions. And consequently, I would like to stress how the question of the possibility of a hermeneutics of change must be related to the question of identity. In that respect, I believe quite strongly that the hermeneutic is not just the illusion of a subtlety of faithfulness with the past. Hermeneutic might very well be a key ingredient to one's religious identity. And last point, the example I have taken and explored from and based on the writing of Fackenheim points towards the question of the dynamics of the hermeneutics of change. It's not just hermeneutics as such. With contemporary existential challenges, the hermeneutics required to face those challenges might have to be changed and reinvented. And this is why the turn to Fackenheim was important, because each tikkun in the chain of the tradition that he points is a rupture with the preceding one. Each tikkun is a new one, it's a new reinvention. But as long as a certain dynamic within the hermeneutical activity can be identified with a past religious experiences, somehow we remain within the boundaries of one's identity, and in so doing, we temper a little bit the risk of schism and separation that is always lurking when we face the need for changes and adaptation in front of unprecedented challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi Meir. I now invite Father Laurent Bassanese, our last speaker of the panel today. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that you are not too tired. So I will speak from the perspective of the dicastery for interreligious dialogue, and also as a professor of the Gregorian University. My research encompasses both Christian theology and Islamic studies, focusing on their interaction, which I observe also through the travels of Pope Francis recently in Muslim majority countries since the beginning of his pontificate. Just as a reminder, he visited Jordan and Palestine 2014, along with Israel. Subsequently, he visited Albania, Turkey, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Azerbaijan, Egypt, Bangladesh, the United Arab Emirates, Morocco, Iraq, Kazakhstan, and finally Bahrain in November 2022. And you know that he intended to return to the UAE for COP28, but health issues prevented his participation. What we are experiencing is not simply an epoch of changes, but an epochal change, stated Pope Francis to the Roman Curia in 2019. It is evident that the Catholic Church is actively seeking to adapt to this transformation, as seen in initiatives like the Synod process on synodality. We have spoken a bit about this issue. This process reflects on how we can journey together in a world that sometimes appears complex, if not complicated. Probably not all the Christians are ready to change their pace, their style, and it's not even desirable to walk at the same rhythm. There will always be people who walk slower, others quicker, etc. But what it is wished for is mentioned, for instance, in the synthesis report of the first session of the General Assembly of the Synod of Bishops last October. I quote, "Christian communities are to enter into solidarity with those of other religions, convictions, and cultures, thus avoiding, on the one hand, the risk of self-referentiality and self-preservation, and on the other hand, the risk of loss of identity. The logic of dialogue, expressed in mutual learning and journeying together, must come to characterize evangelical proclamation, service to those experiencing poverty, care for our common home, and theological research." In Christian churches, councils, synods, assemblies have been convened since the beginning. However, we observe that these fraternal and decision-making gatherings are exploring alternative ways of being and journeying together. As for the Muslim world, recent years have witnessed a proliferation of statements on freedom, citizenship, and taqrib, the Islamic ecumenism. These gatherings often conclude with the participation of large numbers of people, similar to what exists in Christianity. In Islam, the importance of ijma, consensus, has been emphasized since the beginning as well, depending on the school of thought, actually. However, in recent years, authoritative assemblies have assumed distinctive dimensions, being more international, for example, and at times accepting also non-Muslims authorities. Notably, these gatherings gained prominence after September 11, 2001, and I would like to highlight some of them as they are generally lesser known in Europe. So there is, in 2004, the Amman message, Amman, the capital of Jordan, dedicated to tolerance and unity within the Islamic world. And in July 2005, almost 200 Muslim scholars from 50 nations provided a definition of who is a Muslim. We are speaking about who is a Jew, the question of identity, who is a Muslim, and prohibited takfir, the Islamic excommunication, against several legal schools, 4 Sunni, 4 Shia schools, as well as against true Sufism and authentic Salafism, with after all the debate of what is true and authentic religion. The Declaration of Mardin in Turkey, 2010, against Ibn Taymiyyah's fatwa on jihad and against the concept of hijra, immigration, which means go back to Muslim majority countries, let all those European corrupted Western world, where citizenship for all is mentioned for the first time in order to go beyond the old worldview divided between Muslims and non-Muslims. The Forum for the Promotion of Peace in Muslim Societies and the Marrakesh Declaration, 2016, bringing together 250 Islamic scholars from over 120 nations, advocating for the recognition of the nation state as the preferred form of political life in response to the emergence of ISIS in 2014, which aimed to build a universal Islamic order. The forum, this Forum for Promotion of Peace was actually created by the leadership of Abu Dhabi in 2014 to counter another Muslim association, the International Association of Muslim Scholars, based in Qatar, which is an emanation of the Muslim Brotherhood. Another meeting, the Cairo document, 2017, following the conference of the same name, which involved over 600 participants, including academics, politicians, religious authorities from Christian and Muslim backgrounds from about 50 different countries. The Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Ahmed al-Tayyib, was present, as well as Pope of the Coptic Orthodox Church, Theodoros II. Finally, but there are many others, the Washington Declaration for Religious Unity, 2018, after 3 days of conferences organized by the aforementioned forum, bringing together 400 leaders from Muslim, Christian, Jewish backgrounds worldwide, calling for the protection of religious minorities. So over the past 2 decades, we have witnessed the emergence of a new literary genre in the Muslim world. Final declarations in multiple languages that conclude gatherings with a considerable number of participants. Perhaps the most famous among them is the Declaration on Human Fraternity for World Peace and Living Together, signed by Pope Francis and Imam Ahmed al-Tayyib on February 4, 2019. This declaration follows a similar pattern, concluding a 2-day conference attended by 500 religious leaders. The uniqueness of the final document lies first and foremost in the significant presence of non-Muslims and the attendance of Pope Francis. It marked actually the first time a pontiff officially crossed the border. We are speaking about boundaries, the borders of a country in the Arabian Peninsula. Another distinctive aspect is the absence of terms in the declaration like Islamic-Christian dialogue. This expression is omitted and the words Islam and Christianity do not appear. Although the document was primarily crafted by Muslims and Christians, it is intended for everyone, believers and non-believers. It encourages all to embrace, I quote, a culture of dialogue as the path, mutual cooperation as the code of conduct, and reciprocal understanding as the method and standard to address the significant issues facing our unique world. We know that the theme of fraternity holds particular significance for Pope Francis. I cannot develop everything that was written in the recent encyclical letter Fratelli Tutti, but there are notable connections between the 2 texts, the document signed in Abu Dhabi and the encyclical. I will highlight the most apparent link. The Grand Imam of El-Azhar, Ahmed al-Tayyib, referred to by Pope Francis as a friend, is quoted 5 times in Fratelli Tutti. So, a Muslim quoted 5 times in a pontifical letter that falls under his authentic magisterium, the first time. The document itself is quoted 8 times, so which indicates continuity, development, and the significance of the initial document where human diversity is not seen as a problem, but as an opportunity to practice charity and fraternity. In fact, the themes of religious and cultural diversity, globalization, and living together are recurrent in today's reflection of the Church. Right from the very beginning of his pontificate in 2013, Pope Francis declared in his apostolic exhortation, Evangelii Gaudium, that our model is not the sphere, which is no greater than its parts, where every point is equidistant from the center, and there are no differences between them. Instead, it is the polyhedron, which reflects the convergence of all its parts, each of which preserves its distinctiveness. Pastoral and politic activity alike seek to gather in this polyhedron the best of each. There is a place for the poor and their culture, their aspirations and their potential. Even people who can be considered dubious on account of their errors have something to offer which must not be overlooked. It is the convergence of peoples who within the universal order maintain their own individuality. It is the sum total of persons within a society which pursues the common good, which truly has a place for everyone. So it is Evangelii Gaudium 2036. Living together and fraternity are closely linked with the theme of peace and the future of our world. the theme of peace is not new. We may remember the first day of prayer for peace in Assisi in October 1986, when 160 religious leaders gathered together to pray for peace. Today, more than ever, I believe that as religious leaders, we are called to be true people of dialogue, to cooperate in building peace, not to found a new great world religion where everything is equal, because what is looking for here is a new paradigm for living in a world that tomorrow will be even more marked by diversity. It is about learning, seeking, and inventing ways of living together with our irreducible differences. Everyone is concerned, but those in responsibilities are more concerned. Regarding ecclesiastical declaration on peace, I just mentioned this, there is of course John 23's Pacem in Terris, Peace on Earth, published in 1963. Its message is not of pacifism, as it's often thought, or naivete, but rather of peace building and reflection, action. Since Pope John, no other pope has written a new letter specifically on peace. However, all of his successors have, in a sense, offered a comprehensive overview of how the Church looks at the challenges of peace on earth. This has been primarily conveyed through messages for the World Day of Peace, observed every January the 1st. Pope Paul VI initiated this annual tradition, stating in 1968, starting in 1968, and he did so with an interreligious and intercultural perspective since the beginning, calling for the participation of all true friends of peace, as he said. I can hardly develop this theme, but I wanted to stress that the building of peace remains central to dialogue today more than ever. Dialogue cannot only consist in getting closer to one another by explaining our theologies. This is clearly not enough. Today, just as some people spend their time making plans to divide peoples and prepare for war, we, religious leaders, on the contrary, want to seek the conditions to live together in peace with our diversities. And this search turns us towards the future, not towards the past. In the context of interreligious relations, the Catholic Church strongly, and maybe you will recognize the quotation, urges all to forget the past and to work sincerely for mutual understanding and to preserve as well as to promote together for the benefit of all mankind social justice and moral welfare, as well as peace and freedom. Nostra Aetate. Turning our backs on the past and writing a new page together in order to consider, build, and live the future, this is, we can say, the object of the document on human fraternity, supporting a culture of encounter, not a culture clash, a culture of inclusion, not of exclusion. Today, everyone must choose between universal brotherhood, in the thought of the Church, or withdrawal into self, the large human family and or the small identity tribe. It is also necessary to recognize that we are united with each other by our communalities, of course, as well as our diversities. So we are all different. We are united also by differences. Social and religious variety, as well as ethnic variety, should no longer generate fear of losing one's identity. We often say that unity doesn't mean uniformity, but we can add also that dialogue and identity are not opposed to each other. I would like to finish by mentioning a few challenges to fraternity and a few points to work on. The first, interfaith meetings are sometimes, or often, accused of issuing superficial statements or window dressing, or following agendas other than the genuine search for the common good. Usually, this kind of judgment is made by people who do not associate with people from other religious or cultural backgrounds than their own, who don't have Muslim or Jewish Buddhist friends. But it's true that the risk exists of getting together for other interests, career or visibility. For Christians, if human brotherhood is linked with dialogue, which means encounters, relation, friendship, we must be clear that true dialogue has nothing to do with realpolitik or Machiavellianism. It doesn't consist in carrying on a double discourse or double language. True dialogue must seek to understand the other, his point, in order to find together what is satisfactory, just and true for all. Second, to avoid remaining in abstraction, in political or religious rhetoric that engage everyone and no one at the same time, it is absolutely necessary to embody ideas in action in order to diffuse the idolatry of the religious system, the idolatry of ideology and of the community closed in on itself. We know that belief in God and the worship of God are not enough to ensure that we are actually living in a way pleasing to God. A believer may be untrue to everything that his faith demands of him and yet think he is close to God and better than others. This is actually Fratelli Tutti 74. Fortunately, there is a criterion for not falling into this fatal trap for both religious people and politicians who may think that they are better persons than the others. The serious consideration of those who are excluded from our projects. The decision to include or exclude those lying along the roadside is a criterion for judging every economical, political, social, and we may add, religious project. It will be terrible for us and for our societies if we forget the poor of all types, if we exclude dialogue with the different order, if we dialogue only with friends and not with, let's say, enemies, including the religiously different order. Finally, this is the last point. The evolution of sciences, such as the possibilities of transhumanism, the ecological crisis, or the developments in artificial intelligence, invites us all to work together sincerely, to be inventive and creative in solving global and complex issues. The collaboration of Christians with believers of other faiths in the field of ecology, for example, has been established for a long time. And as an example of change of discourse, I simply recall the beginning of Pope Francis' message to COP28, where he should have attended, for the inauguration of the Faith Pavilion in Dubai, the last 3 December. He said, he began to say, I would like to thank Dr. Ahmed El-Tayeb, Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, who has assured me of his closeness, the Muslim Council of Elders, whom I met a year ago, the United Nations Environment Programme, and all the partners who organized and supported this Faith Pavilion. It is the first of its kind at the heart of the COP, and it shows that all authentic religious beliefs are a source of encounter and action. And after he develops what is encounter, what is action. So he begins thanking a Muslim leader, then the civil society, the organizers of the Expo City. He says this with the certainty that authentic faith not only gives strength to the human heart, but also transforms life, transfigures our goals, and sheds light on our relationship to others and with creation as a whole. Indeed, everyone, be they people of faith, intellectuals or politicians, should rediscover this spirit of service with the aim of building global solidarity, knowing that service is never ideological because it doesn't serve ideas but people. This requires a reform of thought, or maybe a revolution, a way of seeking alliances or friendships, rediscovering simplicity even in a moment of complexity like ours. This also implies a renewal of Christian theology and probably of other theologies, as is signified by the recent reform of the Pontifical Academy of Theology in this document Ad Theologiam Promovenda, and I quote, and I will finish like this: theological reflection is called to a turning point, a paradigm shift, a courageous cultural revolution, he says, that commits it, first and foremost, to be a fundamentally contextual theology, capable of reading and interpreting the gospel in the conditions in which men and women live daily, in different geographical, social, and cultural environments, taking the incarnation of the eternal Logos as its archetype, its entering into the culture, worldview, and religious tradition of a people. Theology can only develop in a culture of dialogue and encounter among different traditions and knowledge, among different Christian denominations and different religions, openly engaging with everyone, believers and non-believers. The need for dialogue is indeed intrinsic to human beings and the entire creation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Laurent. If I may, Adina, just a moment. I'd like to summarize a few of the points that emerged from these very interesting and sincere efforts at being both self-critical and reaching out. Muhammad emphasized the dichotomy between rationality and revelation, or the blurring of the lines between them. There was an idealistic aspect, there was a literalist aspect, and there is a realist aspect. These categories sound to me a little bit like political science, but they may have some utility in this context. And I would just caution, in terms of the notion of rationality, there's always this burden that our contemporary thinking about reason often drops the older, more inclusive view of rationality, which was common to both the classical and the medieval civilizations, where reason was embedded in the conscience and was part of the conative effort as well as cognitive effort of people, the willingness to act and change, which is at the heart of morality. But this is certainly a live issue for Muslims, is the difficulty to overcome some of the inherited breaches and divides and fault lines within their own traditions. And you can see that some of the sources that Muhammad referenced very briefly are actually quite profound and significant efforts at this new movement that's going on in Muslim thought. So I think it was a worthwhile contribution. I would like to thank you for that. This trusteeship paradigm that Taha Abdurrahman has advanced is significant, and you've done important work on that. You also mentioned this problem of the Islamic education, which is not addressing the issue. It's not adequate because of its closed-off nature and its unwillingness or inability or incapacity to engage with the currents that are shaping all of our lives. Not simply the inherited ideas of the past, but also the need to expand our horizon and become familiar with currents that are shaping everyone on the globe. David Mayer's contribution is, again, very relevant to our search here in this understanding of the hermeneutics of change. In fact, it raises some very awkward and difficult issues. And for those people who are not familiar with inner Jewish discussions and search for the post-Holocaust identity, these are things that need to be explained better to the brother faiths, Christians and Muslims. They need to explain to their brothers their own particular internal problems and issues so that we can sympathize and appreciate the dilemma that they have. And I appreciate your effort in this regard. And I would just add that the Fackenheim's categorizations, this existential crisis of now, it's a kind of attempt to overcome the recent rupture in which the new mending was blended with the Zionist state, as if that would have been a sufficient or adequate response. And it seems clearer, at least to outsiders, that reducing Judaism to Zionism is an issue even for Jews today. It has to be dealt with both within the community and between the Jewish community and their brother faiths, or sister faiths, if you will. So this is, of course, a complex issue, and I think you presented in a very good way some of the dilemmas. Finally, Laurent's contribution, very unusual, actually, and interesting for a Christian perspective, and the Pope, certainly Pope Francis, has gone beyond what previous popes have ever attempted to do, and there is something alive and fresh in his attempt to mend, if you will, the ruptures between our own faith communities, and this notion of inclusion and encounter. There is a similar ferment among Muslim circles and open-minded and concerned Jewish circles to join into this effort, and the idea that one must look for an acceptance of diversity, which is really a relatively important issue for the moderns and not so much for the ancients or the medievals. I would just like to say, if I can, because I'm not au courant, I'm not familiar with this issue as you are, Laurent, there is a need to develop an etiquette of conversation, ground rules for when we talk, so that we don't get diverted into old issues of self-affirmation and opposition and conflict. There are some buried issues between our three faiths that are very sensitive and difficult to face squarely in a dispassionate manner. And this is something we need to be educated in a little bit. In the Islamic medieval era, there were many interesting debates between the three religions and other religions as well, dualists and philosophical pagans and others. And they had developed a kind of adab, they call it adab, an etiquette of how to debate. People who violated the adab and used illegitimate methods to overcome their opponent were automatically considered to have lost, no matter how good their arguments were, because they went against the rules, right? You don't curse the prophet of your opponent's religion, for example, as some people would have resorted to. And then we must think about this idea of the pressing issues that demand our cooperation and our assent and our common efforts. We cannot ignore them anymore. Ecological issue foremost, but so many others. We don't have the luxury to fall back on the old ways of thinking and arguing. We must come together. And so I would just quote the famous Sufi from Turkey, Rumi, who said, "Love the whole, not the part." And this is good wisdom to follow. Thank you. Elena, you can take it from there.
Thank you very much, Karim, for this extraordinary, concise resume of the interventions this evening. I would like now to invite Rabbi Meir, Father Laurent, Mr. Mohammed to have a response to each other's interventions. If it's, yeah, thank you.
Should I start? Or you want to? Okay, right. So I'll start. I think it was very interesting for me to listen to the different take that we have used, because in fact we really come from very, very different perspective, and it's quite obvious in the way we've structured the thought that we had. Just one or 2 points, Mohammed, to you. The first one is I was interested in a brief mention you made at the beginning about the role of Muslims in secular settings, and I was just wondering, in terms of in terms of the energy, or in terms of the desire for some sort of changes in front of modernity, to what degree those voices from, let's say, a European setting, for just to talk about something that I know, were prominent, or were they somehow a little bit silenced because coming from this secular setting? And the second question I had was about, you spoke a lot about the compartmentalization and the different categories, I think, that you've used. And that, to me, was an echo of one of the concerns that I tried to briefly mention in my talk, was that the question of changes in front of challenges raises the risk of splits. And to what degree that kind of strong categorization that you have, which of course we also have in the Jewish community with different terminology, but we obviously have the same, to what degree that is a concern to you. So those were my question to you. And just to ask a question to Laurent, it seems to me, it's really one point, it seems to me that, or listening to you, I'll phrase it this way, listening to you, I was wondering, because of the hierarchical structure of authority that has the Catholic Church in particular, is there less of a need for hermeneutics in order to bring changes, which is something which, for me, at least in my understanding of Judaism, because of this absence of structure and hierarchy and so on, hermeneutics become a tool to convince, a tool to insert into the debate. And I got the impression that maybe that need wasn't, that concern maybe was not shared, but you talked essentially about two other points: statements, that is words, and empirical encounters. Are those hermeneutical tools in a way? Is words, and words, I understand why words is hermeneutics, because that's what we do, but a counter as well. I was wondering if you would place that as a kind of, this is the hermeneutics of the church in front of those changes.
I also learned from the way contemporary Jewish thought is navigating its predicaments. And I think, as Karim said, I think there is utter ignorance in Muslim seminaries and intellectual sphere in general about this because of the political situation. It's pity, but hopefully things can go on. That is why I think religious leaders, Eliora said before that she believes in reforms, not in revolutions, right? Well, yes, I think it's only religious leaders that can make change from within. It's like recording us of Martin Luther and Erasmus, who wants to push him to his side, but then Erasmus did it from his own perspective, from within, slowly. In the Arab, at least in the Arab context, I don't want to be pessimist, but I'm by nature optimist. But I do think that maybe the secular scholars are the ones who can lead this discussion of reforms, or by some chance having some kind of these so-called enlightened leaders who can navigate, not unlike Al-Assad, of course, but the few other ones who kind of balance the tension in society. I have the Jordanian and the Moroccan examples as potentially kind of leaders who can lead slowly as also religious leaders, or the ones who control authority of the religious people, the religious establishments. They are part of state institutions. And also Al-Azhar, Ahmad al-Tayyib is often considered like speaking against Assisi in certain issues, like inheritance or seeing the socio-political situation, I do think that the secular leaders have already contributed to kind of modernizing thought in the region, with very few religious leaders doing that. If there are religious leaders, because the officials want to monopolize that voice of being kind of the reformists, they are in prison. The reformists in Saudi Arabia, to give an example, are considered, a number of them are in prison, or so. That's what I can say about this movement. As to the categories, again, it's complicated, and only these secular figures that speak to the tradition. We have the liberals, but they had their own kind of nucleus. They have their a group, but there is not that influential. The ones who are in the middle are the ones who try to manage that reform, I would say, as brief as that. Change from above. I wonder if that was a response. Yeah. As to my question, I don't know if outside the Middle East there is more robust exchange, maybe in the United States, about Jewish Islamic. I assume yes, we have examples. But how do you feel? Do you think there is real? Are traditional religious authorities involved, or maybe it's again the secular professors at the universities who do dialogate with the Muslim scholars that seem to self-represent the Muslim voice, kind of? If you want to say something, or thank you.
My question was difficult also. Is there less of a need for hermeneutics because of the structure of the church, let's say, because of this unity and hierarchy also? I don't think so. I think because all those documents from the church mainly, I mean what Pope Francis recently said in it's apostolic exhortation. They are exhortation, or they are letters, and they are invitation to move. They are because he can say many things. He can but after, if the faithful don't change, or don't move, or don't reform. For example, the reform of the universities, because we have also a problem of education in Christianity, not only in the Islamic world, but the way in which we reimagine the formation of our youth or our seminarians, for example. If the deans, or I don't know who, the authorities of those structures do not think to another model, it will remain a dead letter, unfortunately. So they are, of course, he can sometimes oblige, or he can fire somebody, but it will not change the situation because it's a question of mentality and change of thought and opening oneself, a question of conversion fundamentally. So the work is to be done, and. Actually, what I think is that it's true that he opens, he indicates the way, okay, quite a revolutionary way of thinking, and he explicitly states this, to a cultural revolution. So it's not a kind of reform, like said also Nostra Aetate, it's not new. Not to look at the past, but look in front, what we can do, because we know the problems of the relations between Christian, Muslims, Jewish, and others. All this past, very heavy, we can consider, and we have also to study it, we have to know it. But when it becomes a burden, there is a problem. And I liked all what you have said about this, you don't know, this tikkun and reparation and this possibility of revolution, actually, the rupture, to invent something to save, yes, to save the Jewish community. It's quite impressive. So we are more or less on the same line. I would like to add something about. I would like to add. Maybe I was wrong. I'm wrong, but you, in the 7 versions of Islam or the other categories, there was no mention of the Iranian Revolution, the Islamic Revolution with Khomeini in '78, which is a kind of, political, but of where the prophecy and also the importance of the Imam is fundamental in their vision of a new order for all mankind, and where the true is there, and etc. And there is also, it's very also hierarchical, and I think that it's a kind of revolution, So again, we have to, because when we speak about revolution, I understand perfectly the risk and the danger, because which is again the criteria. Are we not going too far, too fast? When should we declare, like you say, here and now in the 80s, it is the moment of beginning a new revolution? And as the Pope Francis also, Pope Francis said, now we have to, the world is changing. We have to imagine something new and abandon the old categories. So we have communalities on this topic.
Myself, when David was speaking, if we can think of the Iranian Revolution actually as kind of like the post-Shoah thinking, the Iranians are there in front of a political situation, and then Khomeini comes and says, look, we do a rupture in the Shia thinking, and Wilayat al-Faqih, he can replace the hidden Imam. So it's kind of a way to go ahead, because things are not going well anymore. And then it's something like that 1967 did for Arab thinkers, the secular ones. They said, look, this is a catastrophe in thinking, and we should go fully rational, because otherwise we'll never make it in terms of social democratic change. I think maybe these historical moments, they could be moments of further reflection and comparison. Thank you.
David wants to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I happily respond. No, just what I see mostly as a tension here is that you talking, Laurent, about exhortation, and the exhortation has a power of its own. The exhortation is a message that is passed which has an authority. I quoted Fackenheim. It's very easy to destroy entirely all the argument that I've done and all the argument of my reading of Fackenheim. I mean, it's extremely, it's not that difficult. But this is where the question of the strength of the hermeneutical argument comes to play. And many people have rejected entirely the argument of Fackenheim. So I use Fackenheim just as a framework to extrapolate on the three elements of that hermeneutics. And I think one of the elements which I think comes to mind, and that I should have mentioned, I apologize for not having done so, is the question of risk. Of course, there is, and Fackenheim himself talks a lot about the risk of any of those changes that are made. We never know. We never know. But we are engaged in a hermeneutical war, and I know the term is strong, but better than a real war, a hermeneutical war, in order to try to convince, in order to try to root the change in a tradition, precisely because we don't have that authority of an exaltation. And I think this is important. I think this is why someone like Fackenheim spends so much time in trying to knit together his argument from the text in the Midrash, in the Bible, in the Midrash, in the Middle Age, and so on. He tries to really create that chain of tradition so as to say, yeah, you can disagree with me, and maybe the change that I'm proposing is completely wrong, and maybe it's irrelevant, it's certainly risky, but you have to take it seriously because it's part of a chain of hermeneutical links. And I think this is something that, for me, is important. And just, Mohammed, to come back to the question you were asking, the dialogue. Yeah, I mean, there is all sorts of dialogues in Europe, in the United States. I'm sure I don't know so much the US, but there is a lot of dialogue at religious level, but also at non-religious level between Judaism and Islam, certainly. One of the attempts that I made with our mutual friend, Farid El Asri, was precisely to do a yeshiva together. Farid is a scholar, but he's not a religious figure as such, as far as I know. But to try precisely to do hermeneutics together. And I remember a meeting in Paris where we found a coffee shop to do a page of Talmud. Farid and I, just the two of us together, because I think that somehow there was a need to touch on the reality of what is my tradition and what I understand is also his tradition, because the depth of knowledge in the Islamic tradition is absolutely enormous. I mean, I've worked with the former Imam of Marseille, I wrote a book with the Imam of Bordeaux, so I've had serious encounters enough to be able to understand the similar role of hermeneutics, and that's why somehow I was intrigued, Laurent, by the presentation you made, and therefore the question somehow that I asked.
Thank you very much. I think we have 4 or 5 minutes for questions from the floor. I see 2 questions, 3 questions. Excellent. Thank you.
My question is for the Muslim scholar. You mentioned takrib, the ecumenism in, probably I got the wrong pronunciation, so please repeat it, Muslim ecumenism. I'm not sure if it's in the whole ummah or it depends on the country. When it's majority Sunni country, I suppose the Shia are not allowed or expected to propose ecumenism, just like Christian churches cannot evangelize in Muslim countries. So would you say this is the case, that it's rather change imposed or from it's called like top-down change, or when Pope comes and tries to promote dialogue, something like that? It cannot be bottom-up, or are there any examples of ecumenism or something else? And the second question regarding the change, excuse me, you mentioned Ahmed Al-Taib of Al-Azhar, that he was allowed to criticize somehow Al-Sisi, but again, is he not considered rather state employer or something like that, or Al-Azhar is a state university, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. And then is he allowed to go as far as one would expect in the West to criticize, or is it allowed only slightly, just, you know, so could you please explain a bit this kind of change, whether it's like a bottom down or a top down, or are there any difficulties about that?
Thank you. We take the whole 3 questions, and because I know Rabbi Meir has to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk. I have a question for Muhammad Assas in particular. So today we are talking many times about Islamic rationalism, about the Kalam in general and the Mutazila in particular. My question is, could the classical Islamic philosophy be useful in developing a new form of Islamic rationalism? With Islamic philosophy, I mean the falsafa, that window between Al-Kindi and Ibn Sina in the east and Ibn Rushd in the west, because we know after Ibn Sina something changed in the philosophy in the Islamic world. Mysticism entered the philosophy. It was very interesting, but it is another thing. And also, in response to Karim, I am Karim Crow, Professor Karim Crow. I'm sure that Khomeini read Farabi because he mentioned him in the letter to John Paul II. But Al-Farabi in the Kitab al-Millah, in the book of religion, and also in this book on the science, stated that the jurisprudence is under political science, and political science is a philosophical science, while jurisprudence is a religious science, according to the classical philosophical division of science. So he read him, but Al-Farabi took another direction at that time, I think. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. My questions or comments is for you three. You know, as you are presenting, I really appreciate the way we bring philosophy and our rationality on faith. But what I did not hear from you is that there is a motive as to why we have these three Abrahamic traditions. Glorification of God, glorify God, was not mentioned. And elevating human dignity, human rights should be mentioned. And this is also is very important because we need to see impact of these traditions on our daily life. If you see what is happening in the Christian world now, the principle of sovereignty, national sovereignty, individuals are well-formed, well-informed by the three traditions. But when you come to the state, the authority that controls the rest, they say we are like above God, so you can eliminate others and so forth. What is happening now in Gaza? What is happening in our countries in Africa, for instance, now? Big companies are selling weapons so that you can kill each other for minerals, for power, and so forth. So I think as we talk about philosophy and everything, hermeneutics of change should also show the motive of these traditions, to glorify God and elevate the human dignity. Thank you.
Just a small reflection about more politics. Excuse me. In your description about the meetings between the Vatican and in the Arab or Muslim world, you spoke also about Morocco and Washington meetings about alliance of virtues. If I'm not mistaken, between the Washington meeting and the meeting of the Pope in Abu Dhabi with the Cairo or with Egyptian leader, there was a meeting in Abu Dhabi of the same participants of the Washington meeting on virtue of alliance of virtues with Imam Ibn Baya. And then suddenly, this is my question, the meeting was in Abu Dhabi, but the signing was with Al-Azhar. So I'm not going to enter into the Muslim politics and division of courts, you know, between Egypt and maybe Morocco I don't remember, but I think it has also its own court, and Saudi Arabia. What is your explanation for this shift from contact with a great scholar, Ibn Baya, to the Al-Azhar? Just local question. Excuse me.
Just a short mention. Can we have 5 more minutes? Okay, just 5 minutes for all the answers. Thank you.
5 minutes, okay. For all the answers, so it will be. As far as I know, because I don't know all the secrets, but it's true that there is a holy competition, let's say, between Muslim majority countries like Morocco, who desire also the leadership of a part of the Ummah, Al-Azhar, of course, with the university, Saudi Arabia, of course, because of the Mecca and Medina present on their territories, Qatar, there are different Emirates, United Arab Emirates, because, and yes. There are also, so there is a holy competition, but also there are alliances. For example, Grand Imam of Al-Azhar belongs to the Muslim Council of Elders, which depends on UAE, the United Emirates. So it's kind of religious politics, okay? There is a kind of friendship and competition also, and visibility, and also which school and which state will prevail. So behind also there is this question of let's say the freedom of those religious leaders, their capacity or their possibility to represent or to travel. As far as Ahmed al-Tayyib is concerned, no, of course, yes, he's paid by the state, and many religious authorities in the world are paid by the state. So there are advantages and also great drawbacks. Ahmed al-Tayyib cannot say things really strong against the Egyptian government. He cannot travel also. He has to ask the permission to go to Abu Dhabi, for example. So yes, we have to take this into consideration. And as for Takrib, I am the Muslim scholar. I don't know who, because I spoke about Takrib. The Takrib, but maybe you can develop. I attended and participated to several conferences with Shia, Sunni together, as well as Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestant all together. It was very interesting, but as far as between them, I don't know now, after the Amen message in 2004, at which point we are, because it seems to be a standing point, but maybe I'm wrong.
If I may, there is a new alliance between Sunni and Shia emerging, but not by states, by actors. Hezbollah and Hamas, Ansar Allah in Yemen, and the militias in Iraq and Syria. It's very unusual and significant. It could herald state cooperation or just a fait accompli on the part of actors on the ground, but it's something to watch.
Thing there, thank you. Yes, there is, because there is no one Muslim council, you know, each school has developed its tradition through its major schools, Morocco, Tunisia, and Damascus, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates came latecomer, and Qatar too. The point, I think, it's not a man message that was the catalyst. I think the catalyst was Arab Spring. The Arab Spring divided the Arab world at the political hegemony. So Qatar had already Yusuf al-Qaradawi, who is a prominent religious leader worldwide, who has been present through Al Jazeera from the late 90s, and he was supporting the Arab Spring. And then you have the Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Egypt. They were against. So that was how things developed, and that's why the United Arab Emirates developed its religious clergy. Ben Baya was cited, and he was cited by Obama as a champion for peace, but he's criticized because he's silent, for example, over the Gaza issue. So his statements are often read, well, peace is the solution, but then they say he doesn't state things as they should. He said that it's a long history of conflict and he should be clear, and this is what Ahmed al-Tayyib does. You know, he's very supportive of the Palestinian cause, and as a resistance, he calls it, and that's how he is respected and listened to. So there is that competition there between what Qatar presents and what United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. And of course, Morocco tries to play its own because of legitimacy, centuries of the monarchy, and it has also training religious figures. It has established in 2015 a religious training for imams, and it exports them. It has conventions with European countries and also with sub-Saharan African countries. So they play on that religious diplomacy card, and it's important. And then that's one issue. As to philosophy, what I can say is that there are some Arab readers, you know, from the 60s until the Arab Spring, there was one narrative. They say, look, the Arab philosophers, we are happy that there are examples of philosophers in the tradition, but then they say, look, they are the most silent. They never spoke against rulers. Who spoke against rulers in the Islamic tradition? They are religious scholars. So, and they say they are Neoplatonists, they are, you know, ideal city, and then there is kind of the individual withdraws from the city, withdraws from politics, and that's not something that that's one reading of the philosophers. And but apart from these, Ibn Rushd was kind of the hero. He was read from the 60s and also before by different scholars in the Arab world. The Moroccans have their now neo-Averroists. They say Averroes is our solution for secularization because he influenced. He was in conversation with other theologies, and they influenced the Latin Averroism. So they say he is the figure to because he separated. Simplistically, philosophy and religion. So this is the way to go. So to say it as simple as that. Thank you. Or maybe.
Because they say Averroes was the father of secularity or secularism, because he divided between church and state. But that's a little simplistic. However, there is a split between the far west and the central and eastern lands, which is Persianate, and this has been a factor, and it's been aggravating the Sunni-Shia divide as well. Sorry.
True. That's, I had it in mind to say something, but then thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Very interesting debate, very interesting dialogue, following the etiquette of conversation. Thank you very much, Karim, for mentioning. Thank you for your interventions. Thank you for the questions. I would like to invite now Professor Barbieri for the concluding remarks. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, my thanks to all of you who have stuck it out. We've had a long day here. We've put in a lot of good work. I'm sure if we had just one more day, I'm sure we could solve all of the problems, all of the hermeneutical riddles that we've identified. I will say that I'm encouraged by the fact, first of all, that we've had a civil and genuinely learning exchange. Of course, the papers throughout today have identified new threads of development. They've placed the problem, the question, the research question that we started with this morning in new light, and perhaps proposed alternative ways of maybe better formulating the concerns of how religions encounter change today. And that's all to the good. But I don't feel that we've just opened a new can of worms and that we haven't made progress. I also feel today, and it's gratifying, I think, with my colleagues who've helped conceive of the workshop that we had yesterday and the series of panels and the discussions today. I feel that we've shed some light, I think, on the questions that we've started off with today. Some of the discussion was rather abstract when we take on the question, for example, the perennial question of the relationship between the universal and the particular. But we've also come up with some very concrete, very distinctive disciplinary approaches. We've delved into some powerful examples of individual cases of religious traditions dealing with change. And we've done that in ways that I think have helped build bridges of understanding, both within the traditions that we had represented here and among them. So I'm quite pleased, I think. And I want to conclude by, in addition to my thanks, extending a promissory note, a further invitation, because our intention, the McLean Center, the Council for Research in Values and Philosophy, or RVP as we familiarly call it, the Gregorian University as well, all intend to extend our collaboration with this inquiry and with some other inquiries that we're involved with in our programming elsewhere around the world, to a conference that we will be holding here at the end of July next year. I think, is it the 28th, 29th, 30? 29, 30, 31. So my hope is that we'll see some of you again here, and that this will be one of the discussions that we'll be able to continue then. Thank you again for being with us today. João.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, everyone. It's really a great joy to come to the end of such a rich day. In fact, a couple of days, yesterday and today, meeting new people, and particularly listening to people that really are wise and generous, able to give of what they are and of what they know in a very constructive way. I don't have too much experience. I mean, I've been in meetings around the world, thanks to RVP and other institutions. But I think this meeting had something extraordinary. Well, for me, because it happened within the walls of my alma mater, of this university, and because I also strongly believe that the build-up process, the process of building up, it must be somehow contained within the circle or the polygonal form of Pope Francis that is defined by pillars, somehow by walls as well, by circles of conversation and influence, and probably the exercise of what is called authority. And I think universities, and no place like a university for doing just that. I think, and thank you, Laurent, for bringing, so much information of the things and how the Holy See is involved in so many things. But I want to emphasize, and I'm sure that you agree, that the role of the university remains insuperable. Without university, without the school system, without the educational process, we can have many people flying around the world, but the real contribution would be very difficult to measure. But if we are able, within our walls, with our libraries, with our classrooms, with our system of communication, being it in the social networks or whatever system of communication we have, if we are able to look to others and talk with others in a way that is constructive, I think then the world really changes. And the process of transformation will take place. Of course, we heard today of the importance of the inner transformation, and all the religions are about that. And all the religions have an extremely great responsibility in doing that. But I think the university, the school, the academia, the place for the free discussion of ideas is as an irreplaceable place. And I think the reason why I'm happy today that we come to the end of these 2 days, I mean this public event today, but we had the closed seminar yesterday, is because it reaffirms that. And the fact that we have people coming, and I'm particularly happy to see some of our students coming, this is for me, I wish there were many more. I had hoped this meeting would take place in the Alemania, and the Alemania will be full from the first to the last hour of the event. I had the intuition, maybe this is hoping too much. Let's have it in a closer room where maybe we may be more comfortable with one another. And it turned out to be the right decision, but I think we must not continue to give up on this process of expansion of the conversation, of the hermeneutical exercise. And I think the hermeneutical exercise, as Gadamer, and I want to quote him to end, so before saying that I will say another thing, but I think the hermeneutical exercise is an hermeneutic of learning to occupy one's own place. With humility, yes, but also with this capacity of speaking out what we believe is just and true. The ancients talk about the paresia, and I think, the concept in the ancient world of paresia is probably the idea that you go to the powerful person, to the powerful man, and you tell truths to power. Nowadays it's more difficult, because power is more embedded in anonymous systems. The real power is not that person, not even perhaps the President of the United States of America. What is the real power of the President of the United States of America? But there is power going on. And to face this power is a big challenge. And I think we can do it if we do what we discussed this afternoon, recovering the importance and the transformative importance of the face-to-face. So we are not going to give up. My gratitude is that we are all people that demonstrate that we believe in this fundamental aspect of the way forward, the way ahead for a better world, for a better reality, for a better society, for better religions. Let's talk in the plural. I say for a better church and for better people as ourselves. In this process, I want to thank you, Bill, for your leadership in this process. I want to thank Dr. Hu Yeping for her tireless engagement and patience, because sometimes we need to be patient with one another. So thank you, Hu, for everything you did, you'll continue to do. And yes, I want to underline this invitation to the next event. I mean, there will be other things in between, but our goal from now on, the major thing we have ahead of us, is this so-called pre-Congress, which is titled Discerning Boundaries. And I think this implies to religions as well. So boundaries is not the evil. Boundaries need to be discerned, because in boundaries we can find energy and new sources of strength to move ahead, but it presupposes that we know what is the direction. And I think the direction we believe, and for some reason we are here under the auspices of the School of Philosophy, remains truth, remains justice, remains goodness, remains perhaps many other virtues that were mentioned yesterday and today, that we need to reintegrate and foster in ourselves, but also in our conversation with others. So my many sincere thanks to all of you, particularly those of you who came from afar, from across the ocean. Thank you to all that participated, to all that collaborated, to everyone that gave an hand to this realization. And I skipped the quote from Gadamer, my beloved master, it's too much, so I let it go, but let's remain united in the desire to do, well, as Mother Teresa of Calcutta would say, to do something beautiful. She says something beautiful for God. Well, let's do indeed something beautiful for God, but let's also do something beautiful for one another, not just individually, but for our own societies, for our own communities. We are all in deep suffering, looking at the suffering in the face of the victims of war in Ukraine, in Palestine, in many other places, and besides, of the wars that are about to start. And we must be smart enough to anticipate what is going on. We need to be strong in this purpose of doing something beautiful, something real for the transformation of humanity. Human dignity is the criteria. Rabbi, Rav, Levi, you said it yesterday. I want to emphasize it. We need to be strong in this, because this is the power that can overcome all the other powers, even if it is to be faced with a nuclear power. If we die defending, fighting for human dignity, or in the Jesuit idiom, for God's glory, I think we don't need to be afraid, because we will not fail. So I encourage one another to be united in this front. Thank you once again for being part of this, and let's keep the word passing on, because it doesn't matter how many we are, but if we keep working together, we can do truly beautiful things for God and one another. So thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Bill.